once powerful nation. Do you want to know? 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 Go!
Be careful and stay away, 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 stay away,
And now we get started. All right. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? What is happening? What's happening, family? What up? Folks that's in here, welcome to the First Church of Holy Shit. It's telling me that I have 0 people watching while it's people commenting. I don't understand that. StreamYard doing some dumb shit. There we go. My curtain's been getting on my nerves yesterday. Yo. My apologies for Wednesdays. Wednesday. I didn't make it Wednesday. I've been a little under the weather. But I'm crawling out from under it. Let's see who in here. Josh. Nazarene Wilt. Mark Nash. That name looks new. I don't remember seeing you before. Mark with a Q. Good to have you. Hope you're still in here. Anthony Thorpe. P for P Funk. Okay, I'll take that. What I usually say is people ask me who is Dave. I like to say that's the white boy I stole this jacket from, but that's not true. I bought it at the Pasadena swap meet. At any rate, welcome all y'all, all 0 of y'all that is telling me on StreamYard that's here. Oh shit! Is that the George Holt? Is that Aretha's daddy? Is that Aretha's daddy, George Holt, in here? What's going on, Holt? Welcome to the First Church of Holy Shit. Where here's the deal. Put a P2B1 in the chat if this is your first time having this experience. I am joined in the studio today, laid back in the cut, off to my left. My beautiful daughter, who is attending college, has a job in her own place, is kicking her feet out in the world. I'm so proud of her. And she's kicking it here with us today. Well, here's the premise. Somebody fucked up and told me God was everywhere. So I pray from here. Saves me 10%. I never miss a game. Can't see a real reason to go into one of these particular buildings they call a church to listen to propaganda and doctrine spouted about shit they don't even do. I don't believe God gets down that way. I believe God talks to me, the creator, the universe. Here at the First Church of Holy Shit, we talk to God without a name, because in order to believe that God has a name, you have to believe a man. You don't, however, have to believe a man to believe that God exists. Based upon your experiences and mine, King Esau, blessings to you. Is this your first time in here? Let me know. I like to say, save 10% on your soul insurance by switching to Don't Go. You don't have to have that relationship with the creator. Not the kind that involves money for gators and jet fuel. You don't need that in here. You need your thoughts and my thoughts. We come in here, we share together, we smoke some weed. Boo boo.
Yes.
Can you bring me like a towel, like looking at the cabinet, just something to dry my hair? Yeah, King Issa. Yeah, it goes down in here. What's that, Stinky?
Does it have to be big?
That's it. I don't know. Thank you. Yeah. So we start the show out first by letting you know what strain I'm presently smoking on. Today's strain is 50-50 Jack Herrera and Mullen. Y'all know for a long time I have espoused the virtues of Mullen. That's Mullen. That's weed. Mullen, weed. Mix these two together, and they do wonders for your lungs and your mind. And it stops me from not just wanting to kill people, but actually going through with it. It really, it keeps me on this side of the bars, which is my goal. Trying to not go to prison unless I have to. So don't make me have to. Don't mess with my property. Don't mess with the ladies in my life because I don't want to go to prison. Anyway, let's get on in it. First we pray, then we smoke. So get your apparatus together, whatever that is. That's going to put you closer to the creator, whatever you're smoking. I don't condone the drinking of anything that has to do with alcohol, because alcohol kills the inside of the body slowly. It's like putting a gun to your head, pulling the trigger, and it takes 30 years for the bullet to come out the other end. That's really what you're doing with alcohol. I have made it through my life if you add up all the whiskey and all the beer and all the alcoholic drinks that I have had in my entire life, you don't have a quart, because I don't drink. I'll go to a picnic, and if it's hot outside and the beer got sweat on it, it'll go, drink me, and then I'll drink a beer. But to buy beer, no, not doing that. Now, with that said, let's hit this prayer and get on in here. All right? Bow your funky ass heads. Creator, we thank you for this day. Father, Mother, God, universe, God whose name I know not. I thank you for this gathering of people. I thank you for the opportunity to share with them. I thank you for their being here so that they can share with me. Keep the lines of communication open, Creator. Most importantly, from you to me and from me to them. Let them learn from me today. Let me learn from them today. Let me say something that makes some damn sense to these people. Send me in a direction that an individual is struggling with right now. That some horrible bastard at work or some asshole in their life is making things difficult or evil or just downright deadly for them. Help me to speak to that. Help me help them. And in that, I will find my blessing. Of course, if you have any other blessings, I'm down. Please send me a troll. I love trolls. I love trolls. There's not a troll without a lesson. Don't let my ego get in the way of this. Allow me to teach from a place that has just enough me in it to be tolerable. I ask all these blessings in the name of my Creator and that of my ancestors, and to a God whose name I know not. And it is so. And now we smoke. All right. Can I get a nigga amen? All right. Good. Thank you, Frank White. A therapist asked to see me a week not smoking next week. She said, please continue. Yes, exactly, Frank. This keeps you, it'll keep you. I'm trying to tell you to keep you. All right. Let's get on into it. Today's sermon. Where you getting your whys from? Call it age. Call it experience. You call it what you want to. But the mistakes. Yeah. Is there somebody downstairs? Oh, look. My dog don't give a damn. My dog let you have it. Call it what you want to. But 57 years, 57 trips around the sun. Has afforded me a front row seat to some of the most monumental fuck ups in history. Not all of them by me. I made my share. Now, it's not, but I have seen some shit go way left. That is the point of time and experience. I didn't make up this statement, but it is nonetheless true. Experience is what you get when you didn't get what you wanted. I done seen a whole bunch of not get what you wanted. I done seen a whole bunch of A plus B don't equal C. We wrote it all out. We said how it was going to go. We plotted, we planned, we speculated, we moved early. We seek the counsel of professionals. And still this went to shit. Man, have I seen plenty of that. But usually, when I see it, it is from people who did all of that without paying attention, real attention, to the who, what, when, where, why, and how that came before them. You didn't step in some shit with one of those. If you do everything right and it don't turn out like you thought, you got to check your W's. one of them W's is insufficient somehow. One of them W's, you zinc when you should have zonked. And it comes down to, and back to my question, where you getting your whys from. Now, let's cover the difference between wisdom and intelligence. Intelligence is if, as a child, I'm in the kitchen and burn the shit out of my hand on the stove. And I now know that stove is hot. I have it. I gained the intelligence yesterday. Let's just say I'm 11, 12 years old. I want to take a shortcut through Billy's yard. Billy got a pit bull. And I narrowly escaped getting my ass towed out by this dog. I learned from intelligence. Don't go through Billy's yard. There's a dog over there. Here's wisdom. The person that watches me burn my hand, the person that watches me get chased through that yard, that now don't have to burn his or her hand and don't have to get chased by Billy's dog. To know, don't put your hand on a hot stove and don't go through Billy's backyard. That person is wise. Intelligence comes directly to you. Wisdom comes to you through others. Ooh, shit. Think about that for a second, film it now. Intelligence comes through you. Wisdom comes through others. Where you getting your wisdom from? Now, as I judge this wisdom, I don't judge it from a place of certain people have no lessons to teach you. Bullshit. Everyone has a lesson to teach you. Are you slick enough to pick up on it? Let me say that again. Everybody has a lesson to teach you. Are you clever enough? Are you smart enough? Are you wise enough? Are you informed enough? Are you disciplined enough? Are you strong enough? Are you capable enough? To learn from it? Can you pull it in from everybody? Matter of fact, let's review the 3 types of thinkers. Yeah, I'm going to set that up. Let me set that up. I'm going to play some of my music later. I ain't playing no music right now because I'm gonna want to cut this later. Okay. 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 We're gonna put this up, y'all. Bear with me. Oop, that's not spelled right, is it? Okay. Boom. Then here we go. See, this is what happens, guys, is I'll have some shit come to me and this goddamn running nose. I had some shit come to me and then I have to act on it now. Like there was no um I couldn't prep for this because I didn't see it till I got in it. This often happens to me. There we go. Now we got room. There we go. Now it's going to be so much easier to cut later. Okay. Let's hit the 3 types of thinkers first. No, it ain't the candle smoke top shelf. I got this little cold bug thing that's fucking with me, but I'll be fine. Anyway, we talked about this with Kanye, if y'all remember, in disseminating what comes from him and why his fucked upness. I think I can use that here. How Kanye's fucked upness is a blessing to you. We covered this before. Okay. Let's start with the 3 types of thinkers. There's the square, the cube, and the tesseract. Okay. The square is a 4-sided object, generally represented in space-time by being drawn. 4 90-degree angles on either side, connected by straight lines. A square. Flat, one-dimensional, one particular size, not variable. Square. Okay. A square thinker is an individual who either has an ancestor who did this or thinks this way themselves. I don't know how many people are of a certain age that can remember this, but there used to be a bumper sticker that said, God says it, God said it, I believe it, that settles it. them stiff ass church folk in your life. Them funky ass 50-something year old 20th century still thinkers. Them. The people. My wife just brought me a green juice and yours didn't. I'm still eating out of it, baby. Thank you. I love you. Thank you so much. My wife is still. Just saying. Oh, babe, that's delicious. Oh my God. Apple, cucumber. Ah, mint. Yeah. Anyway, the square. The square gets information and is one-dimensional. They said it on CNN, it's true. They said it on Fox News, it's true. They said it on NBC, it's true. Milk does a body good. 4 food groups. Any of that base level unchallenged thinking that they are willing to die on a hill for, any religious dogma that belongs to a square thinker. The next type of thinker is the cube. Now, the cube thinker takes information in from the same source and says, wait a minute. Let me examine this. Let me take a good hard look at what it is that's before me, Eric. Let me look and see what this is and how it applies to me. And then God damn it, Frank Green. Damn it. He gonna take me down that road. But you know what? I'm gonna put a pin in that, brother. I had to put a pin in that one. I'm gonna come back to that, Frank. I'm gonna come back to that. What the hell was I saying? Yes, the cube thinker. Let me examine this behavior. Bounce it against what's been put in here already. And come up with what I think is my own assumption of this. Here's the problem with that. The cube thinker, once something gets in, it doesn't like to let it out. The cube thinker will look at some new information and judge it purely by the old information that he or she has not cleaned through. It's like putting new food on old dishes. Then there is the tesseract thinker. A tesseract is an 8-dimensional representation of a cube. It flips out in many ways. Prince, tesseract thinker. Dr. King, Maurice White, DJ Quick, Michael Eric Dyson, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Dr. King, Maurice White, DJ Quick, Michael Eric Dyson, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Dr. Shout out to Zoe Williams. And I like to add myself. Tesseract thinker. I am going to look at this from every side. I am not going to judge where this information comes from. Because if I do that, I do know that the hateful forces will work in such a way that all of my lessons are where these forces know I won't look. The enemy has put all the good shit in where he know you won't look. Because you judge. You shall know them by their fruit to judge. Oh, their fruit is rotten. Here's how squares and cubes are fooled. His fruit is rotten. Never looking over there again. Never thinking about it again. His fruit's rotten. His fruit's rotten. That's all I need. That's all I need, chaos. All I need to know is that his fruit is rotten. Square thinker. The cube thinker thinks like this. His fruit is rotten. Let me bring that information in. Well, rotten fruit can be used as fertilizer. So the cube thinker goes and gets the rotten fruit, thinking it's going to be under the tree forever. Thinking it's going to be the only fertilizer to use. Thinking it's going to be something to be coveted. These are the people who get caught up in the airplane scams. Remember that? Pyramid scams, pyramid schemes. People wind up doing time for credit card fraud because you're just a little bit smarter than a square. And it makes you dangerous. You're smart enough to be a detriment to yourself. And then there's the tesseract, the eighth-dimensional thinker, the individual that looks at the rotten fruit under the tree and says, yes, that tree bears rotten fruit. Yes, that fruit can be used as fertilizer, but for what and for how long? What's the demand for the fertilizer that can be used for? Is it worth the trip all the way out to the tree? Do I have to fight cubes for it? Is it worth it to fight the cubes for the fertilizer that may or may not be under that tree? That's how a tesseract thinks. I submit to you, church, that you can learn from squares, cubes, and tesseracts because none of us are perfect. And that your true wisdom okay, that was too dope. I got it. Can't. I should leave this all caps. because it's so dope. But I'm not gonna. Oh, you are going to enjoy this. Yes. I'm gonna scroll it. Okay. Here's the deal with wisdom, people. You can't get true wisdom without truthfully reviewing the truly foolish. If you don't take a good look at a fool, you finna do what that fool doing. And you might not be foolish. You might be ignorant. Maybe you're ignorant. There are three more types of thinkers. We're going to cover them now. Three more types of thinkers. Like I said, your problem could be that you're ignorant. Because we have been so inundated with a language that isn't ours to begin with. Certain words are buzzwords that get us up in a fucking lather. Here's one. Three other types of thinkers. The ignorant. Damn, that's good. Ignorant simply means don't know. Nothing else. Just don't know. Cousin Annis, I don't know what's for dinner yet, but I'm sure you're going to tell us. That just means I don't know. I don't know where Diesel's bowl is. I'm ignorant of that. Just means don't know. Ignorant is only an insult based on your mental, physical, and social position. If you call me ignorant for some shit I'm not supposed to know, it's not an insult. If you call me ignorant for some shit I am supposed to know, that's insulting. which if you get your ego out of the way or your pain body, you need to read The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. Brain cracker, real brain cracker. I might read that again. Yeah, you just don't know. Stupid's another story in and of itself. Stupid means can't learn. I believe it was John Wayne who said you can't fix stupid. Stupid just, okay. Here's where I can put stupid. Stupid. My dog. My dog loves me dearly, and I her. But no matter how much I feed her the best food, see, now I'm no longer ignorant about what Cousin Annis is having for dinner. Oh, that just sounds so good, doesn't it? I love my dog, but no matter how much good food I feed her, no matter how much exercise I get her, no matter how much I take her to the vet, I can't get her to do my taxes. Because that's not what she do. Now, the land I pay tax to stay on, the things I pay tax to get a hold of, come in here trying to get it, and she'll get that ass. That's her job. But she is in a stupor as to things outside of her wheelhouse. Some shit you just stupid to. You ain't gonna learn. Did I get you, Yogi? Yeah, so you don't see me coming. Yeah. Yeah. She's just stupid. She can't do that. That's my baby. That's my baby. I would literally murder some of you in here over my dog. I would murder you and take the consequences over my dog. Don't fuck with my dog. That's my dog. I don't fuck around with dogs. I love dogs. Anyway. No, it wasn't Sinbad. It was somebody before Sinbad. Oh. Huh? You gotta go? All right. I love you too. That's my beautiful daughter. I swear to God, I can remember vividly her whole life. Like vividly. Like the first time holding, when I brought her home, changing her diapers. You know, throw your little cooties over in my juice. All right.
Yeah, this is cooties.
All right. I love you. Call me later. Love that girl. Anyway. Where was it? I was just overcome with how much I love my daughter. Foolish is a whole different kettle of fish. Foolish is can learn, does know, but does not apply. Can learn, does know, does not apply. That's a fucking fool right there. You know the Bloods and Crips is warring over there. You know, right, where that cross section of town is. You know niggas on both sides, and you got a red car. What you driving over there for, fool? Now, like I told you, wisdom cannot be attained without paying particular attention to those who have fucked up before you. I am, or like to think that I am giving you wisdom. Not because of all of it, me being wise. A bunch of it is because of the shit that I saw my uncles get into that I didn't. I am wise not to be an alcoholic. My family is full of them. I have count them, 6 people in my family who have drank themselves to death. Okay, so from an absolute and complete place of wisdom, I do not drink alcohol. I watch that shit ravage my family. So I don't need. That's wisdom. I can tell you, I done fucked up plenty by intelligence, bro. Woo! Walk my dumb ass into some shit. Financial shit, professional shit, emotional shit, relationship shit, hobby shit, friend shit, father shit, son shit. I have fucked up in all of those areas, all of them, and gained intelligence from it. If I can help you, nigga, be wise. Listen to this shit I'm hollering at you about. Because it's not some, I don't talk about shit I don't know. I don't talk about shit that has not directly affected me. Can y'all hear me good? How's my sound? I don't talk about shit unless it has directly affected me so that I can turn around and directly affect you. I don't. I don't have a use for empty speech. I think I can do better than that. Yeah. There we go. Pointed right at me. There we go. How's that? Y'all hear me good? So now let us delve into from those places. Oh, no. Before I do that, I got to go back up. To people go to war over religion, enough said. Let's do that real quick, Frank. People going to war over religion. It is the tesseracts that are manipulating the cubes and each other to inform the squares that go to war and do the killing. I'm going to say that again. What do I want to put under that? The Tesseracts. You know what? You know what? I'm going to get rid of my 3 types of Tesseracts. Manipulate cubes and each other. Wow. Wow, guys. This is, and I thank you for this, Frank. Yeah, I'm going to cut this up real good. My man, Frank Green, says people, oh, that's my nephew, Eddie. I think he's going to be my nephew for this, Frank. My nephew, Frank Green, says people go to war over religion. Enough said. Here's the dopeness in that comment. You didn't heard me speak about squares, cubes, and tesseracts, right? If not, go back in the other video. Go back in the long version of this video and watch that. The difference between the squares, cubes, and tesseracts, all right? That way, you can fully appreciate the tesseracts manipulate the cubes and each other and send the squares off to war. The jarheads. It's easy to unscrew your head and put what I want in it. That's the real reason for the age cutoff in the military. It's not exercise. It's not a physical ability. Have you seen the fat fucks in the Air Force and in the Navy? You don't see any fat fuck Marines, do you? I haven't. It's in the contract. You cannot be a fat fuck and be in the Marine Corps. I don't know how you do it. All that shit they had us doing. They unscrew your head and they put whatever the fuck they want in it because you're a square. And they have some cubes in there and they pick out the tesseracts to either conform or get the fuck out, especially as a tesseract. Society is constantly searching for each so it can put them in the three basic categories so that society best moves forward in the interests of the power elite. That's that real shit. The answer? Togetherness. Belief and love. Togetherness. Black people are getting on code on a level thank you, brother Yogi, for the love, for the wisdom, my man. You're speaking of that. Look here. They go my Cash App. If any of this shit is helping you, let me know. You need beats? Jeff Breeze Music at Gmail. I'm gonna turn the music on in a minute. Here, why don't I turn it on now? And I know this don't have it. I'm just in the mood for this funky ass shit here. At some point, I'm gonna turn it all the way up. I'm gonna turn love. Uh, there were three of them. Said to need take it out. Togetherness, forgiveness. Black people are on code. I've never seen it before in my 57 years like this. Yeah, kind of. You need to hear it come in the way it's supposed to, the way I wrote it. I figure I'll let this play a little bit since I'm talking about my beats. This gonna be the theme music or something. Right there's funky. Okay. Yeah, you need some beats. Look me up. Let me know if there's something you want me to put some music to a project to or whatever. Also a life coach. If you want help from me for free, watch my old videos. You want me to really holler at you and get at it? Hit me at askunclejeff@gmail. I help you straighten your life out by using the map of my fuck ups. Yes, we're back here. And I'm gonna go through your comments in a minute. But we got to get to these three and I'm going to open the doors. Why are we so detached from one another? In short, power. Because the powers that be know the power that we. Oh, that's perfect. That's just perfect. My baby just left here. She gave me this. Because her daddy's way out there and he smokes weed. I love my baby. What the hell? I hit the wrong button. It's a little button on this. I got one of these track balls. That little extra button right there. That little sumbitch is the devil. If I click that, I automatically leave. And I don't know how to change it. I gotta go on YouTube and figure out how to make the most of it. I just like trackball. Shout out to Sinbad. He got me stuck on trackballs. Yeah. Back here. Bear with me, people. Thank you for yeah. Why are we so detached from one another? Again, your power. The powers that be did not accidentally put crack in your neighborhoods. Did not accidentally make it illegal for you to read. Did not just so happen to redline you. Did not happen upon the idea all willy-nilly to take the fathers out of the home. Or to send lead-based paints on children's toys to your neighborhoods. Or to run project developments and freeways straight through the lines of your business. That's not a whoops. That's not a my bad. It is by design that you are detached from one another. The young from the old. The weak from the strong. The light from the dark. That sound familiar? Because this shit don't work without you. White supremacy has no strength without black participation. None. Ooh, Jeff Brown. White supremacy has no strength without black participation. It is nothing. You are about to see the nothingness of it. It has no strength. The only way this shit works is if we play along. But you don't get that yet. That's why you watch football. That's why you play it. That's why you watch basketball. That's why you play it. That's why you complain about Oscars and Grammys. That's why you want a seat at the table. Because you truly do not grasp that white supremacy does not work without black participation. It don't. What would happen if, in the words of KRS-One, everybody black got up and said, we all moving to Saudi Arabia in the next 5 years, what would happen? What would happen, that Desaline? There's a good question. Is brainwashing the flip side of wisdom? That's not the kind of question you ask top shelf of someone you care about when they high. Do you mean, it depends upon what perspective you're discussing? He who's been brainwashed or he who's doing the washing? It depends upon the power of the, I'm going to say, for the sake of your conversation, for this conversation and your question, I'm going to stop the music for this so I can edit this later. This is dope. Dope question. I love when you guys give me dope questions like this. This is a dope ass question, sir. Nephew Top Shelf asks, is brainwashing the flip side of wisdom? That's a funky ass question right there. I'm gonna go with perhaps you mean from the point of view of he who is had it washed. Okay. Because it really does depend. Yeah, because it does depend upon whose point of view you yeah, let me start over. My man Top my nephew, yeah, oh, this is some good shit. My nephew Top Shelf asked one of the dopest questions I've heard in a while. Is brainwashing the flip side of wisdom? Well, that depends. Are you discussing he who's washing or he whose brain has been washed? I'm going to take it to mean that he was talking about the latter. There is wisdom in a washed brain. If that brain is strong enough. Depends. How strong is the brain? A strong, washed brain slowly makes its way back. Look at it's been some strong brains since our brainwashing. What's supposed to happen is each generation of strong brain is supposed to feed the strong brains that come after it. And the strong brains that come after it are supposed to look to the strong brains that came before it. My generation of strong brains was hell fucking bent on themselves. My generation didn't give a fiddler's fuck about you. And that's why we're here. But yes, brainwashing and wisdom are outside of one another. It's where your brain stays after it's washed. Decides whether, because you can brainwash a genius. Takes a hell of a motherfucker to do that, but you can. Now the question is, did you break his brain in the process? And if so, what did you need him for? Did you break his brain past anything you needed him for? Did you break it all together? If you broke it all together, why even fuck with that guy? So yeah. How did we get that way? Years and years of propaganda. Years and years of Willie Lynch. Years and years of chasing the farts of white folks. How do we fix it? Now, with what we're doing now. Being in here with one another now. Being active with asking questions. With questioning everything. That's the only way to fix this shit. You're not going to march your way out of it. You're not going to vote your way out of it. You're not going to relocate or educate your way out of this. You're going to have to love your way out of it. And I think that's what scares the most shit out of black people. Is that you can only love your way out of this. It's the only way out. Love yourself enough to walk away from somebody you don't think is, to walk away. Love yourself enough to walk away from what is wrong. That either doesn't affect your people directly, or it affects your people and all of us directly. And you have the guts to walk away from it. That's the love I'm talking about. The love I'm discussing is different. The love that wouldn't let George Floyd die. A love that wouldn't let Trayvon's death go unavenged. A love that makes us join together. Sadly, we hate ourselves so much that before it comes from love, it'll come from self-preservation. That's one of the scariest things I've ever said. And I'm going to say it again. I'm going to write it down. Sadly, because we hate ourselves so much our coming together will not be out of self-love, but self-preservation. Okay. I don't want the ticker. Okay. I said I didn't want it, the fucking ticker. Jesus Christ. Okay. Save. There we go. Sadly, because we hate ourselves so much, our coming together will not be out of self-love, but self-preservation. Black folks not going to come together until they don't have a choice. Until there is literally no other way. You cannot underestimate the effectiveness of your oppressor and this fucked up bag he got us in. The biggest part of how the black man was fucked over was in the mind. You need to come in and talk about that Top Shelf, because I think I know what you're talking about, but I'm gonna need a few more sentences there, young man. If you bring us up to speed on Buffalo, because I'm not up to speed at all. Sit tight. Oh shit. Sit tight there, young Jedi. I can't believe you in the damn house. Bro, man usually gets me gigging, going to gig, coming from gigging. I'm gonna bring you in here in a second as I grind my weed. And if you know something about this Buffalo thing, Brother Bruce, of which my man speaketh, feel free to chime in as I bring you in now. What's happening, Cat Daddy? Bruce.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah.
I was like,
Hey, man.
nah, I was over here in the loading dock, so I didn't hear nothing about Buffalo. What happened in Buffalo? What you said?
What happened in Buffalo, New York is another example too. That young boy, even though he was filled with hate, encountered a man who was trying to talk him out of what he was about to do. He refused advice. I don't know exactly what he's discussing, and I thought maybe, as a habit, I don't look at sit tight, Spark One. I don't look at the news as I mean, I literally am very, very cautious about what I let in. So I may not know about this Buffalo thing. So if you care to expound on that or whatever was on your mind there, young Jedi, what's happening?
You know about Marvin Haymeyer?
No.
Okay, so Marvin was a cat that moved to his town, basically.
Okay.
And the town decided to go all the way against him. Like, so he had bought a property. He moved to a town, bought a property at an auction.
Black man?
And white man.
Oh, okay.
Moved to a town, bought a property at an auction. Now, the town had went through a whole situation. So it was 160 properties on auction block that day. So they all got foreclosed on at the same time.
Okay.
And around the same, time period. So he had bought one, and the council had promised, basically had him set up for the property. Didn't know dude was gonna come in. The guy that they wanted to buy it didn't have enough money, and also didn't want to buy it from dude. So over a 10-year span, they just zoned him out. They just consistently kept him from being able to operate his shop that he
Paper
bought on his
fucked him.
property
They just paper fucked him.
for 10 years. Oh
Damn.
boy, ends up selling everything. Now he was about 50 at the time when he sold everything. Only assets he couldn't sell was some couple of acres and a bulldozer. With his life savings, he gave a bunch of it away, kept a bunch of it, and what he kept, he put a foot worth of bulletproof steel or bulletproof material over a bulldozer that didn't sell and bulldozed the town. And when the bulldozer finally got penetrated, he just shot himself. But I just got done listening this morning.
When did he do this?
2004.
I never heard about this.
I've seen clips of the bulldozer. I know exactly what he's talking about, but I didn't know the dude's name.
Yeah, I just listened to his whole. He made a tape before he went and did everything, and you know, it's like his life, whatever, his last will and testament video type of situation or whatever on record. And I just listened to the whole like 2-3 hour span of it all. And I was like, damn, they did all of that. Like, yeah, I get it, man. I get it. People cannot. He might be. People just fuck with people and just. I guess you're just supposed to take it. And he was like, nah. Maybe I could have took it when I was 30. Maybe if it wasn't this much money. Maybe if it wasn't my retirement money they took for me. Maybe. But nah.
I bust my ass my whole life to try to do shit the right way. And now, the thanks I get is that you motherfuckers are going to make me live out the rest of my life as if the first part of it didn't happen. I'm ready for it to be over, and I'm going to end it the way I want.
But you know how long it took me not to touch that money?
Right. How much shit I didn't do?
Like, I could have fucked that money off and had the same fucking problem.
Right.
Well, that's what he said in his tape. He was like, if I would have sold everything I owned and I would have got at least half of what it was worth, I would have left it alone. He was like, it was God's will. I made my agreement before I went in. If it sells for this amount of money or even around this amount of money, I won't do nothing. I'll take my loss and I'll leave. He said not only did I get screwed on all the prices of everything for the most part, the only thing that was left to me was a house on some property and a bulldozer. He's like, well, that's design. That's what I'm supposed to do. I'm meant to do this.
Dude, this sounds like a great movie.
I think they made some of it, but I don't. It wasn't his name or nothing, nothing like that.
You know, it was also more like FBI files or fucking
right.
Or like,
no, I'm talking about
unsolved mysteries.
I'm talking about starring Jeremy Renner.
When you look him up, when you put his name in, 2 movies keep popping up when I did it. It was Killdozer and Tread, and they both had modified bulldozers on the cover. So I don't know. I didn't look into all of that. I just listened to the man talk himself. And when you hear a man talk about a town torturing him for 10 years, it's like, I don't care what you are as a man, you're supposed to handle that. And that's how he went about it. He's like, I know they're going to write about me all weird. I know they're going to make it sound like this and sound like that. So I just did this for my name's sake. And I swear to God, I didn't want to do it. That's why I fought so hard to do what I did and tried not to. But he was like, this town, man, they run the town and they don't have no oversight and they just do what they want to. And I'm just not going to keep taking it. So he did his issue. He got his issue though. That's how I looked him up though. I found his name and hey, that man completed his mission. He completed his mission. That's where you at.
Right.
Hundreds of rounds. And that's the job. My God. They had to get the engine to stop. Once they got the engine to stop. That's
bulldozer's open. I can't see how they can't get around him and shoot in it.
Look up.
No, he barricaded himself in.
Mm-hmm.
Like he modified that shit. It looked like a tank. He modified the hell out that bulldozer, man.
Did he kill some people?
I don't know. I just seen the pictures of the photos.
I only listened to the memoir. I haven't even got to watch the live video of him dozing houses and buildings and plants and stuff down. I didn't even get to that part.
I'm pretty sure he didn't kill anybody, because usually the spilling of white blood, regardless to how tragically fucked up and wrong the white people may be, is always played up.
I don't know. You see what's going on in West Virginia right now?
What's up?
With West Virginia and the state police, where the state police were found having a hidden camera in the women's locker room.
Whoa.
Yeah, not only that, the stateies were caught stealing money from elderly people in casinos. And they was all getting away with it. So the governor just fired the chief or commissioner, whatever the top dude, down for the second time, because the one whistleblower that was exposing the whole thing ended up getting arrested for something that they let him go for months ago. But because he blew the whistle and it came out that he blew the whistle, all of a sudden he's under arrest in February. Yeah, they're cleaning house down there in West Virginia in a funny way. I bet you there's some hillbillies shaking in their boots, wondering if their case gonna come to light.
Oh yeah. And if I go down, all of y'all are going down.
Clayton Bixby on that police force doing it well.
Wow.
Yeah, they said, and the reason why they didn't prosecute the locker room thing, they said it happened so long ago that state trooper died. They say because only one person came forward, but now like 30 women have intent to sue. So yeah, that's
okay,
going on.
Bruce, I'm gonna need you to push-ups. Okay. I just happened to look up and see your do-rag going up and down, sir. And I was like, I looked up at the wrong time. Go back and watch the video. You'll see me look up, and you'll see my whole expression change, because that's what I saw when I looked up. I looked, and then I looked down. I looked back up. No Bruce. I'm like, I see it moving the chair. I'm gonna snap on that chair. You need to have that chair forever. That's an old people chair. That's a chair.
I do love this chair.
You should be 90 with that chair. That's a good chair. That chair has good vibes. Because I saw it move, and then I saw this do-rag going up and down. I'm like, I don't know what this nigga is doing.
You said it so concerning too. Like, hey,
what just happened? All right, so yeah,
he might. The Philadelphia cat might be the dude that jumped. Is he talking about the dude that jumped off the bridge?
No, Top Shelf. If you can come in here and explain to us why the fuck you have derailed the show over into this, although interesting area. What the fuck are you talking about and who? Because you got us just digging in history right now.
I don't know. I did. You know who Mac Minister is? Does anybody know who that is?
Nah.
Okay, so there's a cat up north in Northern California from the Bay called Mac Dre.
Yeah, I know Mac Dre.
Yeah, niggas know Mac Dre.
So Mac Dre, he gets shot, and they thought, well, this one dude in Kansas City was taking credit for it, even though he didn't do it. But doesn't matter. He was taking credit, so he got smoked. So when he gets smoked, this cat, the Vegas police lock up this dude named Mac Minister. So Mac Minister has been in prison for 17 years for a murder he didn't do. And the only reason you can say he didn't do it easily is because at this point, this man has so much evidence. Like the way they got him locked up was they got a snitch. The DA got a snitch to say he was there or whatever. And how they know each other and all of that, and how he did it.
Yeah, he put them together.
Right. But Mac Minister, through some luck and through an interview, a lawyer found out that the dude's testimony, his whole testimony was bogus, and testified under a fake name and everything. So he's supposed to be out. Now, mind you, all of these people, Mac Minister connected to some people that got some bread and, got their shit together enough to where you should be out, but you're not. Which bugs the fuck out of me, but for a couple different reasons. Through this case and many other things that's been happening recently in the black world, I just don't give a fuck about nobody saying they got any kind of power. I just don't give a shit. Because I ain't heard of a jailbreak or a judge dying in so goddamn long that all this wanted power that you niggas is flaunting and being tough about, y'all ain't doing nothing but killing roaches with it. You're not doing anything with it.
Why do you? Okay. That's an easy one. Now, I'm gonna limit you to 3. But answer me this, and if it's 3 between you, if it's all 3 from you, Bruce, elaborate or stop where you want to with at least one. But why do you two say that the power we have, agreeing with Jedi Bruce, these niggas ain't doing shit with it? Why is it that is true, that we have this power we don't use, Bruce? What do you think? You can give me up. I need 3, and it can come in any 2 + 1, 1 + 2, all 3 from you, and you elaborate. Spark 1, go, Bruce.
Because it's too costly it's too costly to find out you don't have any. I'll give. There's one each of us, right?
Yeah, okay, get into that.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
It's the equivalent of when Hulk fought Thanos in the movie.
Yeah.
And you never saw that fight again.
Right.
And the original thought was everybody was like, well, Hulk's a bitch, because every other fight when he wins or it's even close, he'll at least fight him again. Right. This one he just fought. Yeah, like you punked out for the rest of the movie. You didn't want to come out. It's kind of like that. That's how I think about it. All these niggas arguing about shit that don't matter, about people that been killed that don't matter just as much. And then when it comes to your boy getting wiped out by a judge or the law bullshit, y'all have nothing to say. Y'all have nothing to say to find out if to change anything. There's a thing I wish, I don't know if y'all will have time to get to it, but you heard Mr. Freeman?
Yeah, but okay. Put a pin in that.
Yep.
Okay. I need you. So your one reason that we don't do it is because it's too costly. And
the people with power don't want to lose the little shit they got.
Don't want to lose. Okay. Do you got one more or 2 more, or do you want to pass the Spark one? I want to hear y'all thoughts on it. Reason why we don't use that power.
Oh, okay. Well, that's my favorite one right now. So I'll leave that for right now.
All right, thoughts, Spark
all
one.
Right, so I'll throw one as well. So I think of it as I gotta disagree with you there, brother. I think
okay. Well, y'all gonna wind up with 0. I need 3 now between you. Keep going.
All right now. So okay, you got to think about it now. Now, Jeff, you're a Marine. I've done mixed martial arts. You know what I'm saying? And one thing I've learned in life, and I've done wrestling and all that. So one thing I've learned: the more you know how to fight, the less you have to. So someone who is ultimately powerful within doesn't always feel the need to show it.
Okay.
Because they're comfortable and confident in their power.
Okay.
And because someone doesn't flex their power doesn't make them a weaker person. It just shows that what they understand, that there's strength in numbers maybe, and they don't have those numbers to move forward.
Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna let Bruce. I could pick Bruce's sword up and swing that back exactly, but I'm gonna let you do you. Okay, that's his disagreement with you, Bruce. What say you, sir?
Even though, okay, so it don't take nothing but 3 people to go smirk somebody with a mansion and some bodyguards. You don't need that many people to do that. You need enough money to get them there and enough money to supply equipment. It's cowardice. Only people that don't think that way, I'll send 3 people to your house, no problem, no issue. Cost me a couple thousand, it's good. But a judge would be the same amount of money. So if you lock my cousin up, and I know my cousin was somewhere else,
and I know you know it.
The Central Park 5 didn't do anything, and all those people that locked them up, even though everybody at this point that ever touched that case at all whatsoever, no, it was all corrupt. All those people are living, and none of them are in jail. Explain that.
I don't disagree with that.
Somebody's supposed to be smoked.
I don't disagree with that.
Somebody was supposed to be
now
smoked.
I got a referee.
I don't disagree with that.
I can't
at
accept that from you, Spark One. I'll tell you why.
Shit.
Okay, you about to do some more push-ups? All right, good.
Yeah.
So I know.
I'll go over here so that way you know what I mean.
No.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm listening.
But I also think we don't have the collective bargaining to display our power.
That's why it's not a hit. Ain't a display. It's a demonstration. It's a quiet demonstration. There's nothing wrong with a quiet demonstration.
Okay.
My brother wasn't there. I got 10 grand. Go get him.
Exactly. You can't sit on both sides of this, Brother Spark.
You're right, because if we used his point, that would also be that's why niggas got at 6ix9ine before they even got at George Zimmerman.
And they're both Florida. Good point. They were both in Florida.
You know
but those were niggas. Those were Mexicans.
Yeah, they done whoop 6ix9ine's ass in a gym over some snitching shit. But this motherfucker is driving around the country with impunity, auctioning off guns that he done did dirt with impunity. No security detail.
Sure. Well, you can never. I think it's. I won't allow it in here. We're not allowed to do this in here. If they were white or if they were black, that's the hard.
I'm not even putting complexion in this. I'm just talking about the person.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm just putting this out there officially with nothing to do with our conversation as it's coming to me. The conversation of what they would do if they were white/black is not allowed in here because that's.
Well, yeah, I only said that because the cats that beat up 6ix9ine weren't black. You know what I'm saying? They weren't.
Right. Them dudes wasn't black. Right.
Hey, they were Latin kings. They don't even like black people like that. They don't niggas like that. So it is what it is. But
okay, back up. Do you think it was they were sent on some retribution snitch shit, or is it unrelated?
I think that's just bragging rights to say I touched somebody.
Yeah, niggas just said I was famous too.
Y'all didn't do nothing to that dude.
Yeah.
He got up and walked off. I ain't never. I gotta tell somebody, man. If 3 of mine, if we jumping you, you ain't walking off. Like I'm breaking. You're not walking off.
Something broke.
They didn't want no charge.
Well, not only that. If it's supposed, I gotta go with Charleston White on this.
This punk ass.
This dude didn't come from this dude wasn't no gangster to begin with. These people done ran through your girl, extorting money out of you. He just makes sense what he said about Tekashi with regard to snitching, because the street code itself is gone. And please, if I'm wrong here, a lot of the shit I hear Charleston White say, again, Brother Bruce, Master, Young Jedi Bruce, I'm putting this on you.
Yeah, because I'm on that.
As a Tesseract thinker, You can't choose a side with this dude. You can't make him a punk. He's
Who?
not a punk. He's a carrier of ideas. Charleston White.
Fuck that punk.
Oh God.
I'm on that bumper. I'm on his bumper.
Okay, why? Okay, let's talk about
shit.
it. Let's talk. Can we talk about it?
He just playing snitch in real life. Like he don't like he's never been on paperwork. If from what I understand, he just play a snitch on the internet.
Okay. What can we elaborate on what it is? Because again.
I can. I ain't never said nothing without a building behind it.
Of course. Oh, okay.
So,
Here's and let me preface my position. I have seen some of the horrendous shit he has said. Some of it.
Some of that shit is pure reckless.
It's some reckless shit that he says. However, this brother opens the belly and drops nukes. I can't ignore the nukes because the nukes are what helped me. Either I can take that nuke and use it, or I can build a nuke off it. So in the interest of my own nukes, I have to be neutral when I look at this person. That's where I'm at. Please explain to me where you are.
You don't get to play both sides. So I understand two people are double-sided, and that's cool, and that's logical, and all of that type of shit.
Uh-huh.
But at the same time, what you don't get to do is go, well, I'm for peace, but fuck, I hope your daughter get raped. Nah. See, Big Mama, when the niggas is shooting at the neighborhood and your mama's outside, mama ain't got nothing to do with that. Retarded ass niggas. But I hope your mama get raped.
Yeah.
See, my mama, I'm snitching for my mama and her people that can't defend themselves. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm doing. And then when you offend me though, fuck you, fuck your gang, fuck your mama, fuck your hood. I hope all you weird ass niggas die. And since DMX was a crackhead, I hope he die too.
Damn,
I hope fuck him, fuck his people, fuck him. Really? But I thought this was about building. So just because you mad, fuck the building now?
Well, goddamn, I thought there was two of you. Yo, but for real shit, I think his rhetoric is dangerous. I think it's going to end up getting himself, if not someone else, hurt. You know? I feel like you don't play with those kind of things and expect people to be okay with that, especially with people in our community and our trauma bonds. You know what I'm saying?
You can't, and then on top of all of that, speaking on that, our trauma bond, right? So it is never okay unless your grandmother is having a seizure and you ain't got a car. There is no reason for you to ever be in contact with the police in any way, shape, or form.
No.
There's no reason. I don't give a fuck if you a civilian or not. Because you are of African descent in any way, shape, or form. Whatever them people bring into you ain't got nothing to do with the good for you.
Talking to a slave catcher further endangers your recapture.
I done told motherfuckers straight. I done stopped all kind of shit. Where he stole my whoop-de-whoop. How you know him? Because, call somebody. Call your brothers. Well, my brothers don't fuck with me like that. Call your daddy, bitch. But calling the police ain't gonna help nobody. They gonna come over here and shoot you and him over your purse. Because maybe you should stop fucking with niggas you don't know then, huh? Maybe this should be a lesson to you.
Yeah,
while the nigga is sitting there,
you trying to get somebody else to pay, and oftentimes the pain you are going through in life is the tuition for the lesson. You trying to get somebody else to pay that tuition is what you discussing. Go ahead.
And so I'm telling her this at one point. I'm telling the dude this at one point. Like, y'all on some. I tell him, like, use a weirdo for robbing a bitch. But you go rob a jewelry store, go rob somebody with some money. You robbing a bitch. Like, you extra broke. But I'm not into this. Y'all arguing over here where my auntie stay at, and y'all, I'm about to stop all of this. My job is to stop it. I don't care what you're arguing about. I don't want to hear this shit. That's you know.
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. What you just described was the birth of the Italian mafia. They were the local police because the police that were over them in Italy didn't give a fuck. They would leave bodies laying in the street for weeks. They just treated them like savages. So the men got together to police their shit, and people would bring problems to them like that. And that's exactly what you just said. I want you to lay that story over the first 15 minutes of The Godfather.
I'm not gonna watch it because I mean I ain't never watched the mob movies because I just
Get the
rules
fuck
are rules.
out of here.
I've only the closest thing to a mob movie I've ever watched is a Bronx Tale, but I don't. That shit boring. Like I said, if I wanted to go see some real shit happen, I just walk outside. Right, but I mean that's some other shit. But I'm saying I didn't watch none of that because I could just walk outside and deal with that type. I didn't.
Wow. I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that.
You know what? You need to see Godfather of Harlem then.
Here's the problem. Yes. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Is that it's not just for you. You're supposed to be a divining rod for shit like that. You're supposed to be the one that goes, you know what? That's not truthful. That is, but that ain't. That's some bullshit, and that's not. But in order to do that, this is a big piece missing out of your armor. You have to, here we go. I'm gonna say this in public. This might not be a lesson. Yes, this is a lesson I'm gonna set you out to do in public. You want me to bring you in here, Zero? This is, the Marine that's my man Zero that helps me with my ad shit. That's another master Jedi, bro. Young Jedi, you must understand. You'll be going to, shit, it scares me to say. You are going to be super powerful. You might be able to float through the fucking air when you can do this. When you can separate the rage that starts your fire from the fire itself. There is a rage in you, young man, that I don't think much can stand up on the other side of. If the shit hit the fan today and I had to control something that had to do with Sacramento, get that nigga on the phone. Today. As that level general 20 years from now, your downfall will be your inability to separate the fire from the thing that started it. Meaning, you keep that thing. There's a thing in you. I think you can touch it a little bit, but I don't think you've ever really looked at it because that fire is so strong I can feel it in you. You are afraid that if you look at it, you'll put it out. That's not true. If you look at it, you'll be able to control it because you're that strong. That's the shit we need to deal with. But when you can, then you can watch The Godfather. Then you can look at Charleston, almost done. Then you can look at Charleston White and deal with come on in, Zero. I need you to co-sign this in a minute. Then you will be, bruh, it will sharpen your sword immensely. You will, and it's a lot for you to reach for, but that's the shit we need to be fucking with, young man, is that you have the favor of David. You have the favor of, what's my man? Achilles. You have that favor on you. You have that rag and a rock shit. They got guns. Yo niggas got knives and harsh language, and you niggas win. You got that shit. But you're not gonna be able to fully harness it. A motherfucker can see right how to get to you. I know how to map something to get to this dude. You're gonna have to close that map off, and the only way to do it is to be able to accept the fact that it is not punking out to be objective. It is not punking out. It is not black and white. It is not red. It is not fire and ice. There's in the middle. And when you can walk in the middle more, it is going to increase your fire. God damn it, I'm scared of that. It will increase your fire. I'm telling you, that's one of the final pieces in your Jedi Master puzzle. And that's going to take some deep work. And it just came to me. Forgive me if I overshared, but that's what I see. Smooth looking at you. This could be a movie. That is you. Yes, you need to see The Godfather. Back me up, Spark One. Back me up, Jedi.
No, I'm definitely telling you.
Hold on.
No,
hold on.
I agree.
Hold on. This is why you need to see The Godfather, because goddamn it, right now you're Sonny. You're Sonny. You gotta see The Godfather.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna tell you something. You didn't want to see Sonny Corleone coming at all. Was not fucking with you, didn't care how many. You need to watch The Godfather just for Sonny. For nothing else. Not for Michael.
Yeah, you don't even have to watch.
You could be Michael.
3's the worst one, but I mean, the first 2, you'll get the picture.
I even love 3, man. I just love that trilogy. But I tell you what, I bet he ain't gonna be able to make it through 1 without looking at 2. That's one of the best movies ever.
Yeah, I never said they were bad or anything. I don't know nothing about it. I just
they're real good, dog.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing against. Like, I ain't got nothing against a lot of movies that I ain't watched. I just didn't watch them. You know.
Okay.
It was just like that. And then when you hear about them, like I went to sleep on Scarface 4 times before I watched the whole movie.
Yeah.
And that was one of those. You know what I mean? It was just kind of like, okay, so it's a drug movie. I don't care nothing about drugs. I don't care nothing about politics.
Yeah,
kill who you got to kill if they in your way, and don't kill who's not in your way. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, that's how I felt at the time about movies like that. Like, I'm not watching drama. I'm like, oh, it's a story about, man, look, no. Is somebody dying? Because that's what I'm trying to get to.
You know what a big point that a lot of people miss about the mafia is that
it's about family.
The Italian mafia was heroes because they were anti-fascists.
Yes.
They came. See, when you think about police and police states, that's fascism. That rose under Mussolini, who was a friend of Hitler. You know what I'm saying? Who was an ally of Hitler. So like that police state was really serious in Italy, and the original mob was more so like heroes, like what we see later on in the movies and stuff like that. That's what they became from being here and going back and forth and killing each other indiscriminately. But when they first started, they were some straight up superheroes, you know what I'm saying? For real, like on a level of like what Hezbollah is in Palestine. These are people that fight for their people and fight against brutality and fight against fascism or corporate rule, and then eventually, when it all became, America became easy and smooth or whatever, it turned into the weakness that we see in the later movies and things like that. But when they first started, they were some bad men, bad motherfuckers, man.
Okay, hold on. Just from an editing standpoint, and to move the show more positively forward. Jedi Bruce, when you do your push-ups, if you can make sure your goddamn do-rag is out of the shot. Because okay, it's still up and down on the right side of the goddamn screen, sir. So if you could back up more, I'm not saying don't get your shit done.
Just let the ladies watch it. Just let the ladies watch that part. It's cool.
No, oh no, nigga.
They know what the motion is.
I will. Yeah, they do, but they gonna have to imagine it because I do this shit when you're doing the push-ups because I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I know you ready. Now, anyway.
No, but I say that, Jeff, for real, because it's not that we don't have people amongst us that will be violent. It's that we don't have no heroes no more, man. You know, wow. the heroes are dying out. You know, is very few and far between, like of men that of that caliber, because it, like, you know, even though people like want to say he and she, it really takes men of that caliber to get the thing set off, and that's our major problem. We don't have no heroes no more.
For real, that's my problem with Charleston White.
Charleston White is a hero, though. See, if you now I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why, because we're not gonna get into semantics and jargon. His track record is ridiculous as far as the people he helps.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
Right through it briefly, and then
man, that dude has gotten
hold your ponies, because I need to put up. I need to put a banner up so I can find this later.
I still want to say something about the brainwashing shit.
Okay, we gonna get to that, but first, I don't often have a Jedi challenge a master Jedi on a big subject. Oh man, yeah. There we go. Now we can go. Oh shit! The Jedi sharpened swords. Let me set this up, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. We about to see some dojo shit here. This is something that black people need to see. Intelligent black men on a manner disagree with respect, integrity, and love about another brother and come out on the other side of it. We're about to watch this. The thing is that one of the members of the Jedi Council, Brother Zero, also a master Jedi on my level, is about to spar with a star pupil. So I'm about to, I put all shit, because I see both points. I want to see where this goes. So with that, back up to Charleston White being a hero, Brother Zero. Go ahead.
All right, I'll tell you why, right? See, what we tend to do when we sitting, from my perspective, say if I'm sitting in California, I tend to judge a man from a California perspective. If I'm sitting in the streets of Belize, I tend to judge a man from the streets of Belize, the limitation of the streets of Belize. If I'm in Washington, D.C., I tend to judge a man from the limitations of the streets of Washington, D.C. Texas is a notorious place. Texas, Louisiana, this is deep down south. The imprisonment, the slavery that is still going on in the South to this day in Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi is notorious. You understand? They still got brothers on chain gangs busting rocks, singing spiritual hymns with niggas on horses over top of them and sunglasses watching them. Just like back in Cool Hand Luke days, if you ever meet.
Oh
and
yeah,
Jefferson,
yeah, man.
You understand?
What we have here is a failure to communicate.
Now, Charleston White has got paperwork. I'm not talking about this snitching shit and the irritation that he's doing. That's trickster work. You know what I'm saying? That's just to get people riled up and thinking, you know what I'm saying? But when you really look at his track record, he has done a lot of advocacy and changed the game on how they are locking up children. See, this is what people not understanding. He says, fuck the gangs and all the crazy shit he says because he's a child advocate. and he's done a huge, massive work on brain development, on showing and proving in the court of law that these children that they're trying to put down for life are children. They're not adults. They're trying to try them as adults. And he's going in, and his advocacy and the groups that he's been working with have done a lot to show and prove that these are children. See, first Texas court of law was just like, yo, we're going to try them as adults if they 13, 14, 15, 16 or whatever. They went in with information about brain development, showing and proving, doing studies, doing work on the street, showing and proving that an adult brain is not actually at the level of maturity until really age 25. You understand? He's gotten huge numbers of children that was down for life. You know what I'm saying? Out. You got to look at, so this is the thing why I said what I said about the mafia earlier, right? Hypermasculinity will have us mad at the wrong shit. You know what I'm saying? See, we get mad at the words and the tricksterism and the trickery, and we're not looking at people's real track record and what they actually doing to get people out, to advocate for people that's in, to have them being treated as humans while they on the inside, man. Y'all need to really look up Churxh White for real, not just like skim over him, and look at the work that he's done and the groups that he's been involved with and the accolades that's been laid out before that man. That man is a hero. You know what I'm saying? I don't like everything he say. I get tickled at some of the shit he say because I know what he doing, because I've sat amongst elders like that. You know what I'm saying? See, country elders, people from down south. If you from California, it's a level of understanding that you ain't gonna get with certain people from down south, right?
Okay, I gotta stop you there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Points valid. I can't really fuck with any. I can't really bat any of it back, which is more than likely the same way that I'm gonna feel with Brother Bruce. What say you to that, Brother Bruce?
So,
and nigga, don't do no push-ups till you're done.
I'm still fighting, so we good. So logistically, he went to court and got them to look at black kids a certain way. That's cool.
Are you asking a question?
Yeah.
No, what he did was they changed the laws based off of the work that they did, or where they're not just railroading the youth like they used to. You understand what I'm saying?
Meaning that they're giving them less time, like
no, they letting a lot of them out, dude, because shit was improperly done. You understand? It's not just less time, like really go research it and research what's going on. And it's like I'm not going against what you saying and how you feel about it. I'm saying that this is what has gone down, and I haven't even gone into the depths of what of dude's work, man. Dude is.
I need to know because if my argument is gonna be real simple, culturally, dude is bad. Meaning, whatever his impact is behind closed doors is going to mean nothing, because them 5 people you helped don't matter. For every 5 you help, for every 5 you help, it's 100 looking at you crazy. They're gonna do some wild shit.
Well, let me put it this way: it's been close to 200s, and then what I also tell you is this: that the argument that he's coming from is that it ain't no culture, and I tend to believe that. I tend to agree with that. It ain't no culture to stand on.
Brother Zero, hold up.
Mm-hmm.
right there. Advantage Master Jedi. This point is hard to argue. That not only did we give it away, not only do we mock it, but there has been an all-out war on killing our culture. So I got to get at that. I got to concede that point to what you're saying. Now finish that and then go back to Brother Bruce, and then we're gonna let him run. We're gonna give him his room.
So that's the premise. So you got to go look at everything and all the work and take it in its entirety, right? And when he's clearly articulating where he's coming from and what he's standing on and what it's all about, it's in alignment of where he first started. You understand?
I'm gonna stop you there. Guys, stop you there. This is Bruce time. Go ahead, bro. Your thought.
The road to hell is often paved with good intentions. So all these cobbles. So what I said once again. Last question I asked before I say what I'm gonna say. How old is dude? He 50 something, ain't he?
I think he's in his 40s, right? That's an easy look up.
He's always talking about he's senior citizen or some shit.
Man.
He's just in his 40s.
Yeah.
So why is he calling himself a senior citizen? All right. So in your 40s, so you second, that makes you what, second generation blood and Crip, third, second, whatever, something like that?
87, 97, 07, 17. He's 43.
So you in between, you somewhere Texas, second generation, let's say second generation Texas gang member. All right, whatever. You understand, or you should have an understanding that though y'all decided to go about it the wrong way, that there is a culture, there is a standard, and priority of the standard is not to fuck with them people.
You got to prove that, man.
Okay.
Because it's
so
not.
When the Panthers, it's easy. When the Panthers did what they did, they didn't have to fuck with them people to do what they did. They fucked with their own.
That's not true.
Based on what? According to what?
That's absolutely not true.
They wasn't feeding their own people. Back then, they didn't have their own people. Black people didn't have, especially in the South, because we was talking about the South. So in the South, they wasn't having gardens at their house. Every three houses wasn't having their own garden.
Listen. Don't make it what it wasn't. Now look.
No, I'm not.
Let's get into
it in the South, because we weren't talking about where you from or I'm talking about in the South. So I know people in the South that's that age and go, people have their own garden.
Them people funded the Black Panthers. That's why I was discommunicated and broken down when it got to the point of where they started thinking for themselves. See, don't mislabel it. You understand? See, when it first started, it was in cahoots with them people. You understand? The food programs, all the money was in cahoots with them people. That money didn't come from the gangsters on the streets or from rich Black people. That came from Catholic Church. That came from the police. That came from the Baptist Church. That came from white liberalism.
Okay.
That's why they feel like they own it.
Oh, slow down, Brother Zero. Dope points. I need references. Where can we go watch something about this? Is there a documentary on it? Is there a book?
All right, you could just go study the Black Panther food program, and they'll tell you that it was started by the Catholic Church. Yet the actual preacher who started the program lived a couple houses down from me in DC. That's how I know so much about it. You understand? He was a Catholic priest for like damn near like 50 years.
Okay,
his name
a Catholic church ain't got nothing to do with the government. That's white. That's dealing with who you dealing with in your neighborhood. That ain't got nothing to do.
It's not separate. It's not a separate. It was a mix of Catholic
that is not true.
Government money. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like as a youngster, you try to separate it like there was real separation, and that goes back to my original point about the mafia. And here's my original point that I wanted to state when I first said what I wanted to say about the mafia. It's not the fact that they are willing to go to war It's the fact that they was intelligent enough to put an economic program that worked to finance their wars. We don't have that. We never had that. You can put the Black Panthers high in the sky. They were great people, but they never ever had it where it was all them. That's why it fell. As soon as they started thinking for themselves. Now, you don't think it's funny that the ones that's still alive is college professors with fucking tenures? You don't find that strange?
No, I know what happened with that. Anybody that's really rocking don't get out if you got locked up. So I understand that. That's why all these niggas is walking around sagging, because there wasn't enough niggas that got let out.
They was down with them people from the get-go. It's been proven. Angela Davis was down with them people. These people worked through them. They had liaisons. If you understand about organizations and how they work, there's always been a liberal hand. You see the gays, the LGBTQ feel like they have a right to the Black Panther movement is because they funded the shit, bro. Look up Harvey Milk. Look up who what was the lady name that was just the Italian lady? Look up who these people are. See, I'm old enough to know who these people are because I saw them, like Nancy Pelosi and San Francisco at the death of Harvey Milk and the people that have been holding power in the government since those assassinations.
Okay, gotta stop you there. I want to get back on the road to Charleston White. Y'all both fighting your asses off, but you're off the mat. Let's get back to Charleston White and what you got to
that movement there is more of a Black Power movement. Texas, the most powerful Black Power movement in the United States at this time is Texas.
Okay.
Texas is on some weirdo shit. All the niggas like fags and all kinds of shit. Like, what are you talking about?
Gentlemen.
I'm gonna tell you why.
With that, no,
bro. Like, cause I ain't got this. Some dudes is hella weird.
You saying you going into emotion, and I'm gonna just give you facts.
I gotta stop you. And I want you to give the facts. I want to hear both sides of this. This is fucking dope. I don't think you two understand that. This is one of the dopest conversations about Charleston White that we have fucking stumbled upon, where neither of you are wrong. That's why this shit is dope. I want to hear what you both have to say, but I want it usable so we can cut this shit together. All right? So, with that said, we still owe young Jedi Bruce some floor, as in 2-3 uninterrupted minutes. Just go. You got 2 to 3 minutes in there to just say what you got to say. And then, Zero, I want you to come back, say what you got to say, and then y'all can let the blood hit the floor from there with questions. All right? Here we go. Now, Bruce, your thoughts?
So, my thing about dude is, like I said, culturally, your impact is way more negative than it will be positive. What you'll be seen and remembered as the big mouth that was saying all kind of wild shit about niggas, not none of the quiet shit you say. When you, whatever you did in council meetings with them people and all of that, that's cool. That ain't changed their mind in how they gonna lock niggas up. You still gonna be 4 niggas deep in Texas and worried about when the police pull you over. That culture of them people ain't changed because you went to court and said a 12-year-old ain't a grown man or a 16-year-old ain't a grown man. They still gonna do what they gonna do. They just gonna change the wording and how they do it, like they always do. You don't change the system by going to participate in it. That's like going inside of a married couple's house and telling the man how he's supposed to run his house and just telling him how he's supposed to run his house. That's not how that's gonna go. I know that. Just like the last 200 years have taught you that. No matter what you do as a Black person on this system, as long as this system is upholding and you ain't made your own rules, good luck. And that go for everybody, but for double for us. So when he goes and he does what he does, if he stick to his guns and just kept it on, look, I didn't like this and I ain't got nothing negative. Look, I don't like, if he would have just went, I don't like Nipsey Hussle as a crip. I just like Aramis. I don't deal with Nipsey Hussle. I ain't gonna talk about dude, but this person is the person I want to deal with. If you would have did that, somebody could have respect for you. Ain't nobody having respect for nobody disrespecting the dead. You're not even from Chicago, so just doing it to do it, just to be popular, you'll get your message gets lost. And so does the culture when you turn around and go, well, fuck them niggas and the white people. I'll call the white people on you niggas. How about that? We supposed to take that and say what? As a culture. So you big and bad because you got some white people behind you? That's the lesson you teaching here? We can't change nothing ourselves. We have to go with them? That's your lesson. That's your ultimate lesson, is go deal with the people when you won't change. And deal with them crumbs they about to give you, because that's exactly what they're going to give you. And when they put that leash back on dude, they go put that leash back on dude. So because you pollute your message or whatever positive thing you might got going on in the background, you pollute the whole culture. You still trying to introduce people into a system that don't like, respect, or value them. And that's just another form of indoctrination to some that just leads us into a collapsing house. So 100 years from now, or by the time my kids get grown, you're not going to be looked upon as anybody that did anything but make people try to kill you. And that's if somebody kill you. Like if you die by a bullet, nobody's going to shed a tear about that. And them cats from Texas that keep on talking about you in the good light, dog, I didn't see you run from people just because they asked you questions. How I'm gonna respect a man like that? So you willing to die about what you talking about as long as you're around people that ain't trying to kill you? Because that's what it seemed like to me. Anytime you get cornered as a man on just questions, you get up and walk off. You ain't got nothing accurate to say no more. But because you did some stuff with some people that we don't care nothing about and don't care nothing about us, I'm supposed to handle that. But you can't even sit in a room with us and politic with us. But I'm supposed to respect that you can politic with them. All right, that's out of here, bro. You have no hold here.
Let me say one thing real quick, because we're specifically, let me isolate something because I need to address this. We're specifically talking about somebody from California telling people from the South what culture is, right? But let me tell you, let me also add this, right? If it wasn't for because I need to let you know how people from the South see the street mentality from California. All right. Now let me tell you, and why they say fuck you Californians for the majority of shit, because it ravaged them as a people, and it changed the trajectory of who gang shit, colors, Bloods and Crips changed the trajectory of who they were as a people, and that's a fact. Now, to this day, you can say, oh, he need to sit down and talk with you, but very few California niggas have come and correct the shit that went on in the South, the destruction that they laid out in the South. That destruction didn't come from the South. Look it up. It didn't come from the South. It came from California gangbangers moving around, starting gangs and sets in places where doofy ass, country ass motherfuckers that didn't know no better got involved into the culture and turned out. So this is what I'm saying, young Master Bruce. If what you saying is feasible, then why ain't seeing people get the fuck up off their ass and go out there and correct what California started? See, you're not understanding why the South don't give a fuck about California. Why the South say fuck Nipsey Hussle. They don't give a fuck about none of that, because you are the motherfuckers that fucked up the South.
Well, no, because that'd be a level that'd be a level of ignorance, though.
No.
And I'm gonna tell you why. I don't make statements for no reason. So it'd be a level of ignorance, because we understand that dope used to fly in from the East Coast, and when the East Coast had the dope, everybody was from the East Coast. From whatever they had situation going on, when you wanted the money, you had to go to Florida and you had to go to New York and get your shit. When the drugs
I
was
was
coming
there,
in
Bruce.
through the
I
Gulf,
was there, Bruce.
it's all up.
It
And it's
wasn't.
all
It
up.
wasn't killing. It wasn't killing and shooting when it wasn't killing and destruction when it was New York time, dude. That shit didn't come until California. I'm just letting you know, man. The shit that we on now did not come until California niggas came and mobilized the streets the way that they're mobilized on that gang shit.
Right.
You understand?
And so like I'm from SAC, so I'm not from LA. You feel me? We don't have no LA sets in SAC. You feel me? Like none of our Bloods and Crips claim LA Street at all whatsoever, not one. So
and you're right. It is a level of ignorance.
All right, I got to jump in. Let me jump right in there real quick, Bruce.
But I gotta say what he's saying though, because the way he worded it, it's fucked up. So like I said, it's a level of ignorance to go. All right, for y'all to have the dope, y'all got to claim whatever y'all got to claim in order for us to deal with the dope. That's how LA was doing what they was doing when they started getting what they was getting. I bet. But like how we do it out here, you could have kept your politics however you kept your politics. It's a level of weakness that two South Cats had in order to do what they did the way they did it. Y'all accept it. Nah, G, hold on, nah, because you keep interrupting me, G. And I say that because this, I can do this. Like, we deal with Bay Area cats and LA cats all the time. And the whole time I was growing up, our family is our family. How they was killing each other, cousins and all of that, because they was from different. We never do none of that. We'll shut you down and have another homie from LA come out and give us what we getting, because we not politicking the way you politicking. They might put the last name on something, but we don't move how y'all move. My cousin from over there, I'm not doing nothing to my cousin, and he coming over here, and he got a pass to be over here whenever he want to, because that's my family. See, if they slid the way they slid and started rumbling the way they was rumbling, doing what they was doing and calling it what they was calling, that's on them. That's what they decided to do to get their money to how they was going to do it. But that's a level of ignorance to be like, well, all of it's LA fault. Well, y'all got big homies too, right?
Are you aware that what you're saying about it being a level of ignorance is the argument? See, you getting too deep into it and emotional into it.
I'm too deep. You can bring up history, but when I bring up history, I'm emotional.
I'm not insulting you. I'm not insulting you.
I'm not insulting you either. I wasn't saying you was ignorant. I said they said that they was ignorant.
Let me finish telling you why you are absolutely correct that it is ignorant and why you went too deep, because I'm telling you how they see it, and the reason why they see it is indeed they was weak. They tell you, if you know the story, all the motherfuckers was little boys when they got turned on by grown ass men. You understand what I'm saying? See, now listen, you say you from SAC and LA is different. It is a level of ignorance. The ignorance is this, that people from the South don't give a fuck. You just a California invader. Motherfuckers that pinpointed you as the problem are looking at you as the California invaders that brought this fucking scourge and terror onto their streets. I'm not saying it's how I believe. I'm not saying what it is. I'm telling you that you gotta not be emotional and understand where they coming from to understand their argument.
There's no emotion in the argument where somebody goes
California standards and tell them to be like and tell them to be like Sacramento if they not from Sacramento.
Nah, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is this. I'm saying weakness is weakness, whether it's here, Italy,
children and
Africa.
Women are weak, dude.
That's not what I'm talking about. You moving the goalposts. You talking about something else. You talking about something else now.
All right.
You keep moving the goalposts. I'm trying to make my one statement, and my one statement was just this. Culturally, being mad at California at this point. See, you keep interrupting, but I'm the one in emotion. I'm not interrupting you, Zero. I'm not saying nothing while you talking.
All right, make your point.
Culturally, at this point, to still be like, oh, them California niggas, and that's why we're mad, has nothing to do with cleaning up your own backyard. It has nothing to do with that. You clean up your own backyard how you clean up your own backyard. You never need to blame a man for correcting your wife. I'm not. I can't respect you for that. You correct your wife. You can't blame him for what your wife let him do. If she let him do it, that's not how that goes. So when you put poison in water, it's not water it's not water no more. You just diluted it. Now it's all poison. And that's what he does with his message. So he's all poison. There is no water in here for me.
Got your point. Now,
Who put the poison in the water, my brother? See, if it was about culture, everybody would be on X Clan and Cam right now, but they not. The culture was gang, and it came from California. It came from California.
So
You understand what I'm saying? There is no culture, dude.
There is a culture. There's always been. We've always had rules.
You can't even agree to respect a black man from Texas for the way he do it and leave him the fuck alone for the way he do it.
Nah, if I see Charleston, it's yeah. But what I'm saying is this: it's not leaving him alone. That was the conversation. The conversation wasn't that. The conversation was 6 of one, half a dozen of another. And if that's the case, then
you said it's an ignorant argument, and I'm telling you, it is ignorant. It's ignorance on top of ignorance, dude. But you trying to judge it like this. You trying to look at them like they lesser than you, and they more ignorant than you. They just as ignorant as Sacramento, dude.
That's not what I was talking about at all.
They just as ignorant as Sacramento. They just as ignorant as LA. They just as ignorant as New York. I'm just telling you the way they see it, and no matter what you say to insult them, it ain't gonna change it because they went through the experience.
I wasn't saying that. I was talking about a specific man. See, like when you talk about
right,
the South,
but
I got high respect.
The story of that man,
you're killing me. Let the man finish. Hold the thought. Let him finish. I'm gonna come back to you and give you 3 uninterrupted minutes. I need you to give him the same. Just sit tight. Go ahead, bro.
All right. Okay. So at some point, I guess you feel like I'm attacking the South in some kind of way. And that's not necessarily what I'm doing. What I'm saying is this one guy. Now, if we was going to flip the coin, just for whatever reason, I need to show you that I respect people out there. David Banner. I don't know nobody else that out loud will speak about their mistakes and how they used to be and how they technically still are if you make them be that way, but have the most respect for the culture they can possibly have in correcting what has been clearly put off the rails. So I respect David Banner message like a monster. I am who I am and what I am. I'm trying to be better. Please don't make me be Banner again. But as long as I can be calm and talk to you, I'll be calm and talk to you, and we can get through it and fix it how we gonna fix it. The God Box is an album that's a real thing, and that's a beautiful masterpiece, and it should have got way more screen time and attention. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, and it doesn't mean that there aren't people that do their best efforts that will punch you in the mouth if you say something wild to them. But that don't mean I gotta hurry up and disrespect you because we disagree. A man on some man's Charleston White approaches everything like a broad, and because you approach our people that you're supposed to have so much love for, when our people disagree with you, you approach us like battered women. So I gotta die because we disagree. Now I can't just disagree with you. I gotta die. That's how he approaches disagreement with black men. I'm willing to die about it. Ain't nobody even yelled at you yet. Ain't nobody pinched you, threatened you, thought about you, and ain't anybody spit in your direction. But I got you. You ready to die because I'm like, nah, that's not cool. So I mean, on some man, you can't be respected. Just man to man, you can't be respected because we can't even dialogue for it. On some South stuff, on that, like I said, on some Texas, I forget where he's from and all of that. Oh, Fort. I done heard a couple of they cats talk, and it's like, it's a thing when you don't want to fight no more. Where and I get it, like you don't want to fight no more. You just want your peaceful life, and you done. You realize what you did in your youth was a mistake, and there's ways to talk about that and speak about that in a productive manner with other black men and us as a culture. There's a better way to handle and deal with us than to emote and say, you know what. everything about everything is wrong and ain't no rules and just go into the system. That ain't, that's a level of insanity. It ain't worked in the 60s, it ain't worked in the 70s, it ain't worked in the 80s, it ain't worked in the 90s. And lately, it ain't worked still. LA got a couple of they got the youngest black mayor, and that woman has done nothing for that city of note for real. And you could ask Reza Islam that. So it's like you integrate into the system, it doesn't change the system. So and we've talked about this multiple times, where it's like, well, if you get some land out here, build your own city, eventually they coming for you, but enjoy the peace as long as you can have it. So I don't understand how all of a sudden, because this man has 30% of a positive message that can be constructed upon, you could actually build upon, how we can just ignore the 70% of what he's actually doing that's destroying. I don't understand how that's not a clear cut situation, no matter what his age was. I don't care who it is. If you are destroying 70% of the time and building 30%, Lex Luthor has a whole building of people that he employs that's all going to talk good about him. They're all going to talk good about him, but that don't mean Lex Luthor ain't out here destroying. That don't mean that. And that's why I just have zero respect. It's just zero respect for dude, because one, you are a black man. You are elder, and I would expect better from an elder that call himself trying to lead people in such a way.
And that's
Okay.
why. And that's
There
why.
you go. Now go ahead.
And that's why I exactly say there is no culture. Because let me drop it to you. See, we talk about mafia. We put these people on a pedestal, and there's rules and regulations, right? My father's culture, there's rules and regulations. I come from a culture where I couldn't do what you're doing right now to no elder man, no man that's older than me. I couldn't even speak on his name, even if he came and slapped my father in the face. That's for my uncles to deal with. That's on his level. You understand what I'm saying? This is why I'm trying to tell you that there is no culture to stand on. It's all disrespect and ignorance and how I feel, and judging it that I'm a man because I feel I'm a man, but most haven't been through the rites of passage that make manhood. This is why we speak to each other the way we speak to each other. This is why we have the disagreements that we have amongst each other. In culture, you could not have those disagreements. There's rules and regulations. You understand what I'm saying? If I step out of my age bracket in my father's culture, you understand, of West Papua New Guinea, you understand, I would be fucked up and excommunicated and shit. No matter if the person that I'm trying to get did something to my father. Do you understand what I'm saying? There is no culture. There's no cultural norm, bro. There's state to state. There's neighborhood to neighborhood. And we're talking about cultural norms in places where that shit do not exist.
Well, loved one, let me say this. Let me say this, and I'll let you finish for sure. Right now, this when I made a statement earlier where I said, in this time, right, no matter where you go, if I go to any major city, any decent sized town, every gang, all the gangs are usually split. Gangs, cities and towns are now split two ways. Everyone, anytime you go to a neighborhood, it's like a whole side of town now. It's not necessarily Bloods and Crips versus each other. It can be like that, but it's more so the people have got together to where it's a side of town, couple of sides of town sometimes, versus another couple of sides of town. And it doesn't matter what they claiming no more. It's just who messes with who now. So Bloods and Crips in that versus in that way, how they did it in the 90s, is pretty much gone. The names not necessarily as much, but the relationships have changed to where it is more mafia. Like California now has gotten so deep. I'm telling you, I'm out here, so I'm just, you know what I'm saying, I'm letting you know how it is, and I'm out here, and I've been, you know what I mean, around in the neighborhoods. You can, from here, Chicago, New York, it don't matter. Them hoods are almost the same. It's like I say, I'll speak on California. Everybody in California has two sides now, for the most part. Every black gang have two sides. Oakland's like that. Sacramento's like that. LA isn't like that yet, but they're getting like that. The Bloods and Crips are clicking up. They're calling them cliques. Are clicking up, real tough. San Francisco's like that. The whole Bay Area is like that. So literally, you're taking sides in other people's funk, and they are not dealing with the other side. And it doesn't matter what your gang is. It doesn't matter your history of that gang, how many bodies is between y'all. It's clique versus clique, and it's the whole city split in two. Every real hood that's getting money and every real hood that's really out here doing damage to the other is like that now at this point in time. Every city's like that, except for you get very few exceptions. Very few. LA is one of them. You get certain sections of Chicago that's like. I say that to say the heartbeat of what's going on is the same. The heartbeat of what's going on is the same. We agree about this, and we don't disagree. The real don't disagree about certain things.
Yeah. It's
culturally. You know what I'm saying?
We got to do this.
So it's a weird thing to say we don't have a culture when I can go to Indiana right now, not know nobody from Indiana, and politic a certain way, and I'll know exactly where I'll fit in.
Well, it's funny that you said that's a. I'm not saying Indiana itself is a culture within itself, dude. So it's like what I don't understand is when I'm talking about culture, you keep referencing gang.
I'm gonna tell, okay, I gotta stop you there. I gotta stop you there. I gotta jump in right here. This is where, and we need a part 2 to this. That we're not gonna keep fucking with it right now. We're gonna fuck with it a little bit right now, but we really need to chew at this bone because I agree with you both. Here is where Brother Bruce is absolutely right. There is a faction of young people, a few OGs, but mostly young people that have come up in spite of this system on a level nobody before them has. These same kids, these are the crack babies. These people in their 40s and down, they came up in a whole different America. They have a subculture. And the subculture that they have is going to bubble up and make its own nation, what's left of it. But what's coming is coming at that subculture first. That subculture is what's going to be fed to the bikers, what's going to be fed. That subculture is going to be fed to the physical action. And what's left of that will have to galvanize with the rest of us that don't perish with them Jasper ass shade tree house coons and fuck them all. So yes, there is a subculture that does not match the specific code that you and I, Brother Zero, have. The code, the man code that we have, the all of the shit that we want to give them, they don't have, and they are willing and able, and for a time will operate without it. But they can only go so far. That is where we meet, and that's where we work. Because I can't knock. That's why this conversation is so fucking dope. Is that you both disagree, and you're both fucking right. You're both right. You can't say I can't say shit about what Bruce said was wrong. However, knowing the chicanery, looking at it as a tesseract and being able to pull out the genius in what this brother is saying, to understand what he means when he takes vengeance upon those who take vengeance upon his people, that his animosity for gangs comes from the same place as the oath that you take in the military to defend this republic against all enemies, foreign and domestic. He sees gangs as a domestic enemy, and part of them is, and part of what he is talking about will come to pass. Part of that is, and a great part of that is the emotion that Brother Zero was discussing, that the people in the South carry, that are not making the faction differences in their mind, Master Bruce, that you are making that exist. You're not wrong. Anybody from California, anybody, I've been out here since 84. There needs to be 3 Californias. There needs to be a Southern California, a Central California, and a Northern California, because the 3 of them are decidedly, you in 3 different states, dude. If you go to Visalia, you are no longer in Southern California, but you ain't in the Bay. You're in a whole different state. But you know who don't see that? Everybody else, the other 49, don't get. This is what you get when you get people fly into LAX on a Friday, they family, and want you to come pick them up at 4:30. Yeah, you don't look. Yeah, you don't know California, do you?
So
I'll see you when you get here. Go ahead.
Can I say something?
Yes.
So yeah, so I was gonna say to Brother Bruce, I was gonna say, like, the way you were not wrong. Like, LA is a very complicated place, and so is the rest of California. You know what I'm saying? Because it's so big. But you know, because we come from smaller states, a lot of people just don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I was gonna use the example saying, like, if I told you I repped North Zamunda and all North Zamundans were a peaceful people, didn't believe in no gang culture or no military action, but people from South Zamunda, they traveled the world and created devastation. Like, you're not gonna make that distinction. You're gonna be like, fuck Zamunda.
Hey Bruce, let me clarify something too, because I need to make a correction, right? In something that I said, right? First of all, I want y'all to understand the same shit I'm doing here. I go to my niggas down south and I do the same shit on y'all behalf. You understand? The brother from Boston is speaking, and I got background in Boston too, man. Boston, you know, Boston was gang is heavily gang
Boston is the business.
oriented. Roxbury, all these places, man. So all I'm saying is you are absolutely correct, Bruce, by saying it's ignorance. You're incorrect by judging that ignorance as different than any other ignorance around the other 49 states or amongst the black diaspora. You understand? See, this is the problem. We ignorant. We not understanding where everybody's coming from, and we not putting the right people on the ground to get to that level of understanding, because everybody is trying to champion their, and I have to say it, their bullshit ass state culture over their pan diasporic African culture. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's what's real. So you can't hold nobody to it unless everybody is being held to it. Because the truth of the fact is that if it was all about the diaspora, we would be all X-Clan right now, running through some shit. But yet what's happening is they running through all of our old greats and destroying them.
Come on now, Zero. Grits and cornbread, how can you act this?
You understand what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. Like, fuck the streets. You understand? I do the same shit that I'm doing with you right now with my motherfuckers from Memphis and shit, and I argue from the California side. You understand? That's how I know the argument so deeply. I'm an advocate, dude. I'm a gang intervention specialist, international. Look me up. And that's my word is bond. You
No, it's all
understand?
love. I think
So
we got a
so
misunderstanding of what I was saying was ignorant though.
no. I'm saying you corrected ignorant.
What I was saying was ignorant was if you're from the South and you're upset with California, the only
You
reason
correct.
the only
I
reason
got
you
you.
should be upset
Sit tight.
is if you're the one that sent, like, because like David Banner said, why do people don't like the people from the West and from the North, from the
See,
South, is because
this where you going astray.
Brother,
You telling them,
zero. You can't do that, brother. You gotta let him
all
finish.
right, all
Let him
right.
when he
finish.
goes, some people, we sent our family, some family sent family to these places, and they were supposed to gain knowledge and come back and teach us. And then y'all went up there and y'all didn't come back. He said that's why a lot of people were mad about people in the North. A lot of people in the South were mad about people in the North. Y'all never came back. Y'all forgot about it. Y'all thought y'all was uppity like them people y'all went and studied up under. So they were mad about that. And I was like, that makes sense. The gang thing, like I said, at this point, if you still blaming California or Chicago, that's a level of ignorance to locally. That's a local level of ignorance. You how long do you blame your parents for your fucked up ways before you go, I can correct this? That's the only thing I was saying.
That's like telling me when I came back from Fallujah, I was unable to, even though I was in Medina and practiced Islam at the time, I was unable to become friends and hug and get close to Shiite Muslims from fighting the Al-Aqsa brigades and watching them kill my devil dog brothers. That's like telling me I'm ignorant because of the PTSD that I suffered from some shit that I really went through. And this is why I say that.
Well, how long do you get to be mad about it though? That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, listen. As long as it takes for me to fucking recover and get beyond the fact that somebody blew my fucking battle buddy or my brother's head off. You can't listen. You as an outsider, you can't judge that.
But
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'm from Northern California. I'm not from Southern California. That means they turned our city out too.
I'm telling you, I told you why I did understand that you were right when you were saying about the ignorance, because what I'm telling you is they don't give a fuck, dude.
But
it's just like it's just like Shiite.
It's a female emotion. That has nothing to do with, you know what I mean?
No,
let
me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Where you wrong about that female emotion shit. It's emotion. Okay. It's a raw emotion, and females live in those raw emotions. But it's not a female emotion, dog. Because it's just like me. Like Aqsa Brigade is Iraq. You understand? And I'm like looking at Iranian Shias with a side eye. You understand what I'm saying? Because now what did it take? It took me going into the culture with people that I like and trust from the culture, sitting, eating, breaking bread, not judging them, not telling them how I think they should do it, understanding how they do it and moving forward. You understand? See, I'm with you 100% with the things that you're saying, and you're not wrong from your aspect. But if we're talking about growth and existentialism and moving forward, you can't do it the way that you're trying to do it. We can't judge it from our angles. We got to let it be, let the chips fall where they may. And if we really about it, about changing it, we got to go in there without no judgment of the motherfuckers that we claim we against, sit amongst them, understand what the fuck is going on, and then move on. That's the only way to heal. You understand?
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you this, and I'm gonna leave it alone. If Charleston White is 40-something years old, and I look at Charleston White and he get on his rant about gangs and all of that, and I'm like, so you used to be a Crip, right? And he'll be like, yeah. And I'm like, all right, so you used to be a Crip, and you want that culture to change in Texas? He go, yeah. And I'm like, so when you gonna start doing something that has nothing to do with California then? How, like, when are you gonna go, all right, well, some Texas nigga, some California came out here and turned the Texas nigga out. When you gonna holler at him about how he made the rules and didn't make the rules?
See, that's what I'm saying.
His code. When you gonna holler at the dude that allowed this indoor?
Listen, this is what I'm saying.
I'm just saying. So like, when did you get to ask that question?
But
and
look,
go,
you're asking a
stop being
question
mad
about
about
shit. You're
be mad
asking a
about your
question.
house.
Listen, you're asking a question about shit that's already going down. In DC, you know what we would say to you when you said that? We'd be like, you late. You late as you late. You understand? Because and you're missing it because you only see the selective MK Ultra shit that the white man picks and chooses to put across the internet 100 million times. You're not
Hmm.
gonna see the original shit, the way it started, what it is, and why it had to go into trickster mode for motherfuckers to even be talking about it the way
No,
they talking
I
about it.
understand that part. That's why I said what I said about 6 of one, half a dozen of another. The 30% that you do that's good, and the 70% that you do that's not.
But
I
you
know why
can't
you're
judge it, man.
hold
You're
on.
too
I
young.
know
You
why
too.
you're popular.
Look, look,
I
look. If I
know the
was
clown
100,
act that you.
if I was 99 years old, I would still be
Hmm?
too young to judge it, man. You
Nah,
can't judge
G.
it. You
Yes,
don't
they can.
have the
Okay,
right to judge it.
this
You
is what
don't
I'm gonna
have the
say.
right to judge it. If your
There's
neighborhood is
certain
fucked up, listen,
this
listen.
this.
Let me tell you this, dog. If your shit is fucked up around you, if the people around you is fucked up, if you not in, because when I first met you, you was talking about it was engaging in your area. Now we talking about jumping across states and judging motherfuckers that's doing their thing in their area. I agree with you 100%. Engage it in your area for what you know. If you don't know, he who does not know does not speak. That's the Mandalorian code. You understand? What I'm telling you is don't ask the question until you did the footwork and really see what's going on and understand Gangster Chronicles, understand the network,
Half of them
understand
niggas,
what's going.
yeah, and James is a rat, and that nigga should get no pass, but he's still alive. You feel me? Like you don't let's not do like you're saying things like I don't know, and I'm just not arguing points that have
You're
nothing to do with the
arguing the
subject.
street, dude. You're arguing
I'm
the street.
arguing,
You're
yeah.
not
So
arguing
what
the
I'm saying is
civilians. We
that
civilians. And
the civilians only matter as much
listen,
as the
listen.
conversation
We
holds.
Okay,
civilians, and
let's
you
slow this
arguing the
down for a
street.
minute. Let's slow this down for just a minute, gentlemen. Okay. The thing I think we're losing sight on here to get this back on the road is that if I were the leader of a council and this wasn't just, and this was us behind closed doors, I would go to both of you. Shut the fuck up. The both of you. You're both right. You're both fucking right. You're both. I cannot discount any of what Bruce is saying, and I cannot discount any of what Zero is saying because they're both right in that their information is accurate. The
We
one
just
who
can't
did,
grow judging each other from afar, yo. That's the
okay,
point.
that's not the case. That's
If he
your.
gets smoked, would you be mad?
Hold
If
on.
a young cat
Hold on.
smoked him, would you be
Hey,
mad about it?
hey, you niggas, listen. I got you. Zero.
I pulled up a
All right.
bag of chips. This is entertaining.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You just argued. Yes, you can judge a whole group of people by just one faction because that's what you were arguing that the South does. And you are right. They do. What this has to do with, what I believe is the grand answer to this, and I hate the Dos Ex Machina of this, but the grand answer to this is whatever comes next.
Yeah.
The next fucking wave of whatever the fuck is going to force people of a skin color to unite or perish under that foolishness and understand their place. That you niggas that like getting blood on your face, you're gonna have to grill all that shit up and eat it. Those of you who are left, that ain't still stuck on this nigga to nigga shit, you're gonna have to turn your spears the same way or die. That's the answer to that.
Exactly.
That's the only answer. There's
Hey,
no there, because what you two are talking about, and I love that we had this conversation today. that you just showed what happened when an unstoppable force hits an immovable object. And we can leave people to pick. Matter of fact, I'm gonna use that as a title.
Now don't pick,
Just
just
take a
watch.
poll. Put a
Just
poll
watch.
in the chat.
Not well, the poll in the chat will be mildly inconclusive, but okay. I can figure out how to do that. It's here's where it's inconclusive. That one, the chat is too small. It's only like 15, 20 people. What you do is I'm gonna cut this up in clips and we'll see it in the comments. The way I'm gonna cut it up. And I'm not leaving shit out, fellas, except where you step on each other. I'm gonna put your shit, his shit, your shit, his shit, and let the blood hit the floor because I really I see absolutely both sides. This is what the South does. Some niggas in red smoke my auntie, my cousin, my mama and them. And I didn't know nothing about red and blue until Boys in the Hood came out. That is somebody's narrow ass narrative multiplied by millions.
It's simple as that. You know what I'm saying?
That is
and I hope they don't.
narrative.
I hope they don't kill him. I hope they don't kill him because the next one.
Zero. Hold on. I'm gonna let you go in a minute. That simple ass narrative belongs to somebody, and young Jedi Bruce, you must accept that.
No, I do.
That foolishness roams. It's foolishness.
Yes.
Now, what also that come on,
just like a lot of niggas didn't get turned out until they seen colors. Like I understand that would happen.
Okay. This is what Cedric. This is what makes this conversation so dope. Hold on. This is what makes this conversation so dope. Is that neither one of these brothers is wrong. That the only answer, I had to jump in with some fucking God. I had to jump in with some then this is gonna happen in order to answer this. Because it is the only answer. Black people ain't gonna work together until they're forced to. Until they don't have a choice.
Yeah, I couldn't say shit for a couple minutes now.
Yeah, this is
that shit was. I told you I put up a bag of chips. That shit was entertainment.
That was my whole point. Is where does if you follow him, right? Because he's so-called leader. If you follow him, where does this go? Does it go into the system or does it go to us working together? And his logic is it goes into the system. That doesn't help us. At the end of the day, that doesn't help us. If you're not teaching us togetherness,
you simpler. No, don't do that. Don't do that, bro. That you simplifying it. That's not.
I have to.
That's not, we on a limited time scale, and that's not what I said. I just brought up.
No. I'm talking about Charleston. I'm not talking about you. I was talking about Charleston's overall message is getting to the system.
Okay, but he had bro. Like you gotta just do your footwork, and I guarantee you don't gotta like him, but I guarantee you some of what you asking will be answered, and your mind will change a lot on why the shit is happening. We are being manipulated. Dog.
Okay. Let me stop you there. Sure. Hold on. I'm gonna let you answer that question right after this. You got the floor. Here's where this point, because we are on such a fence. We're on such a fence of right, of whether he's a patriot or not, whether he's
and I never said leader
people or not, whether he's a blank or not.
Yeah.
We are at this place. Again, because, and this is again in my opinion, and the only knock I have against both of you is the inability to hold him up as a tesseract the same way you would Kanye. The same way. That's the higher thinking, is I don't give a fuck about what he says horrible. I must extract the truth from this.
I disagree.
I disagree. Of course.
I hold him as a tesseract.
Sure, as a felt what then you don't disagree because
I
I
hope
say the same thing about him and Kanye. They're
Wow.
broken tesseracts. They're broken. I can't. Charleston White, his imperfections represent the break area.
Mm-hmm.
But he's a genius in what comes out of him. Kanye, mama, them drugs, them people fucked his mind off. Am I gonna throw out everything with them two fucked off minds? No.
Hey Jeff,
But he not.
let me hold on. I hear my
Hold
I
your
love
thought.
I
Hold
love
your thought.
I love
Hold
my
your
I
thought.
love
I
the
can't.
ghetto.
Not zero. It's
All right.
Spark's question. Spark had a question.
Okay, go
I
ahead, Spark.
completely forgot that motherfucker by now. Y'all go ahead.
Sorry, Spark.
You killing me,
My
nigga. You
bad.
killing me.
I'm
Go
just
ahead,
answering.
Zero.
I'm answering the side from my brother that I love dearly, and that's like straight from my heart.
Yeah, it's
And
all up.
I need to explain to him so he know who I am, why I say what I say. Listen, man, a lot of shit that we talking about understanding people. See, the reason why I'm in the position that I'm in is because I come from a culture that is not Christian. It's not Christianized. We're not looking for the all good in people. You understand? Chiefs in my culture have been devils and turned over at the last minute, and they got statues and memorials to them in my culture because them changing in the last hours. You understand? This is true with tribal cultures. This is true with African culture. See, my argument that I argue the most is with American and UK and Jamaican Christianized Black folks that's always looking for the good in people before they could say somebody a hero. Jesse James was a hero. He killed hundreds of people. The mafia was heroes. They slayed hundreds of people. You understand? It's your understanding of religion and this Christianity bullshit that does not allow you to look at a trickster God. And if you understand your culture to the roots, all your gods was tricksters. They didn't give a fuck what you thought.
Cool.
And that's real.
And I'm
And that's
cool with that as long
that
as you are not for DMX to pass and not leave a will is an act of stupidity, right? For you to go run through all that money and not leave nothing for your children formally and make sure it was official that they was gonna get it, you know, while you was living the life that you was living, it was a definite bold act of stupidity.
Now I can't agree with that because I knew him and I knew that he was an animal. So
Well,
I don't say it was stupidity. I say that the nigga was an animal.
So, I
You
mean,
understand what I'm saying?
with all that money,
an animal don't think about leaving a will. He was a warrior.
And that's fair. I have no. Once again.
Now,
So,
if you got in a trench with that motherfucker and was at war with some Hell's Angels,
that's different. That's a whole different thing. That's what I'm saying. Let me. You know what I'm saying? That is a negative that you can speak on somebody as far as for their children, right? Like I'm not downing him on some fuck all of DMX. Like for real, I would never do that. Like that's the only if you ever knew it, that's never what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if I'm gonna speak on behalf of his children, that would be the only mark I would have. I don't know how he was as a father or nothing like that. I just know, well, damn, bro, like millions and millions of dollars just
that's just pragmatically stupid.
You know what I'm saying? That's just
you a dog. Yeah, but if you a dog that breed puppies, that's what you are. You ain't thinking about that shit. And I'm not.
But that does not change.
I'm not
the
arguing
fact.
for him. I'm not arguing for him.
Now, mind you, well, I say that because you were saying what you were saying, but the only tattoo I have is because of DMX. So that's not even a question. But to go on a rant about a man that you don't know the way he did, the way Charleston White did that, just to disrespect his whole entire character and fuck her and just all of that, once he died, there's no plus for anybody in that.
Look,
That's
just
just a
don't
clown
overlook. Look, as a
that-
warrior,
entertaining the circus.
I mean,
As a
that
warrior-
piggybacks back on what I said. Like he really, his rhetoric is real dangerous. It's gonna get someone hurt.
it's supposed
It's
to
gonna get
be.
him hurt though. That's what's going
It's
to happen. Like
supposed to be dangerous though. That's
However-
why he a hero. Cause he not scared to get up there and do the shit.
he
And
hella
that's
scared though. He
that's-
hella scared.
I'm-
Let's
I'ma tell
keep
you
it
who's
real.
scared.
He hella scared. He can't even argue. That's what I'm saying. Like as a man, you see his mannerisms in front of other men. You see how
Yo,
he acts
you know
around
who's
men.
scared? You know who's scared? David Banner. All these industry dudes that y'all like to bring up and put on a pedestal, that's who's scared because they got money. They got money in the game. They got skin in the game. You understand? That's who's
Okay,
scared.
okay, I'm gonna need you to help me out with that.
Explain that one, yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna need a David Banner is scared because
Pussy
of
story,
this
for
as
real.
evidence.
I'm gonna tell
Yeah.
you why blacks in America get so disappointed time and time again, because they put too much weight in the people that make them feel good, as opposed to looking at who they are and how they operate, what they do, how they function. You understand? What they support. You understand? It's very few rappers that I've really seen that actually said, fuck the system. Now, if you said Professor Griff, I'll be with you 100%. Professor Griff said, fuck the system. I'm not dependent on the system. I'm not holding my tongue for the system. I'm not even holding my tongue to speak against shit that I don't feel, just so I can get my check. You understand?
Okay.
All these other cats that y'all bring forward, that's what they do.
I am
They are the
okay.
enemy
I'm gonna
too.
repeat myself. I need a ham and egg report, Marine. I need names, dates, places, and faces that say why it is David Banner is scared. And I only want to talk about that.
Yeah.
David Banner is not self-distributed.
Okay, now that's a fact, but I need it. I know. So he has done this because he's not self-distributed when he could have did that. I need that brought up.
I've
What
seen
did-
time and
what
time
did he
again
do?
where
Give
David
me
Banner's in
one.
interviews and they bring up situations and he just like, oh, like you could tell he ain't feeling the shit. And he like, I'm not gonna speak on that because it's gonna
I've
fuck
never
with my check.
seen that.
That's
I've
the
never.
fact.
Okay. Well, then what I need you to do.
I've
and this
seen
is
David.
me to you.
What I have
Hold
seen
on,
him do.
Hold on, brother Bruce. What I'm gonna need.
I need
you
a
to
link in the
do-
chat. I need a receipt.
I'm gonna need a receipt for that one, bro, because I know David Banner personally, and
I'm not saying he's not eloquent. I'm not saying he don't speak
I'm not
well.
saying he's not. I'm not accusing you of that. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm asking you to please provide, since there are a number of interviews where dude gets down like this. Please
All right, now listen.
provide one where I can go, damn, Dave, I saw this, and this is what came up on my show. What say you? I can't do that yet because I don't have enough. That's all I'm saying.
I will provide that, right? But in
Okay.
the same sense, I want y'all to provide to me why he is the example over people that is out here doing. Listen,
I can do that easy.
No,
I'm gonna bring his name up. I bring his name up, so I can do that.
You can't, Bruce. No, you can't. You know why? Because you don't know entirely what he's about to ask. Ask the whole thing.
I know why he ain't pussy. I can bring up why I know he ain't pussy.
Okay, but that's
I
not what he's
see,
asking.
that's the emotional. That's the emotional angle. That's not what
Okay,
he's saying.
don't. We're in the mud. We're in the mud. We're in the mud. Ask the question.
I'm not saying he's pussy. I didn't say nothing like that. I don't want this to be misconstrued. You understand? I'm saying that how the fuck can we fight the system from within the system, bowing down as slaves in the same system we say we against, not pushing against it? The thing that I see in Charleston White, at least he could be scared as fuck, but at least I see that this motherfucker is mobilized to do something and say something, knowing that his life is on the line for doing and what he's saying.
Okay.
You understand what I'm
All right.
saying?
Let's stop there. I need you to stop there. I again, I can't argue with that.
Thank you.
We're done with Charleston White. We're done with Charleston. Okay.
Now with
Now
David Banner, I will produce that for you.
I
But
need,
I need y'all to answer my question too. Why
Okay,
is
and
he
what was
the
that
example?
question?
Why is
Because
he the
he-
I
example
got
just
it,
because?
Bruce.
Why
was
is he
that?
the example just because he speak boisterously and don't do nothing?
Okay. Well, first, let's deal with quote unquote doing nothing. I'm kind of in the first-hand knowledge of the fact that David Banner is extremely proactive with youth councils, with helping to start Black food banks, helping to start Black self-taught schools.
Bruce just said that's not
Worldwide.
acceptable though.
What's that?
Bruce just said that that's not that's not enough.
When it depends on who he was talking about, but that's
Okay,
not.
okay.
That's not what we was.
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's
You
not what we was.
and I'm answering your question. I'm trying to
Right.
figure out how starting worldwide food banks for Black people, food banks in this time, as in investing in seeds. You know, nigga, you know what a food bank is. He's starting food banks for Black people around the world. How is, if I can look that up now, but if I'm wrong, explain how that is not active and how he should not be considered a model. I can bring up some. I can bring up. Yeah, why don't I? I want to bring up some David Banner, some of my favorite.
Okay, why you doing that? I can say this because I'm an avid fan of his music, even when he was wilding out.
Sure.
He had at the beginning of the greatest. I think it was the beginning or track number 9, one of the two, because I damn near know the CDs, like 3 CDs by heart. But he goes, "I'm not afraid of nothing. The only thing I'm afraid of, if there is anything I'm afraid of, is taking the gift that God gave me, which is this music, and leading somebody down the wrong path. Other than that, I'm gonna rock out." And when he figured out that that the people around him was laughing at him and not with him, he changed a lot of how he did stuff. You're only responsible for what you know. So if I don't expect painters to pick up guns. You inspire through your gift. So you inspire through a painting. I don't knock you for not being a warrior. You fight the fight how you know how to fight the fight. So when he speaks and somebody disrespectful if they Black, he don't automatically get to well then fuck it then, let's go to war. Like that's not how he rocking, because that's not his message. He stay on code. Whatever his goal and code is, he's very respectful when talking to Black people. I've seen this man watch other Black people get disrespected and stand with no police, no bodyguards, by himself, take his shirt off and let's get down right now because you disrespecting my people and this ain't got nothing, and just based on you think we lesser. And with no,
what you're saying to me is
fuck
that
your
Charleston
kids,
If Charleston
disrespectful.
White could rap eloquently and speak what he's speaking in an eloquently rapping tone over good beat, you will respect him the same.
If you expect a musician to have a tank, that's all I'm saying. Like,
I think the question. Hold on, brother Bruce. I think the question is apples and bowling balls.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I asked the question back how I did. It didn't make any sense.
I want to play with this one. Okay, if the question is, would I put?
He just giving me rap lyrics. He ain't giving me, like, you gave me one thing.
No, and then.
Okay, well, wait a minute. I gave you the food banks. We'll stay off of the rap lyrics.
Because that's what he did. No. You can't do that because that's his God gift. You can't ignore a man's gift how you introduce to him. You know what I'm saying? That wouldn't be fair. The God box is a thing. Black Love on that album is a
Right.
thing.
He's also
Having
done,
God is a thing. Having being one with nature is a thing. Knowing our history is a thing. Comparing Justin Timberlake to Elvis is a thing. That happened. Michael Jackson turned back black and then they killed him and dropped his CD. That's a thing. That happened. So what wouldn't be fair is I never disagree. I never took away Charleston White went and talked to them white folks and got something changed. That's not what I took away. What I took away was the system doesn't care about that. That's the thing that makes it not matter. It's okay. They just gonna rewrite and figure out how to deal with him another way. What you can't do is somebody that inspires take away their inspiration. That wouldn't be fair in this conversation because of how we already had the conversation about the other guy. So inspiring is how we know David Banner. That's what he does. But
I think you may have misunderstood me when I said take away. The only reason I would take away in this conversation is his music lyrics. It's because even if I give you that, even if I'm going to give you that, I am so loaded the other way in this conversation that I will do away with the God box. He never made the God box. All he ever made was that Mississippi music he first started with.
well, let's not wait. Let's not forget his corporate placements. David Banner.
No, not my point. Not my point.
Because he's done beats for Gatorade, the NFL,
Absolutely.
Okay.
You're making my point. You're making my point.
That's my point. That's my point, though.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't gonna fight for you if he got corporate placements, dude.
I don't believe that.
Well, that's how he made the God box. So the
You know
God
what he
box
gonna
was
do?
him.
You know what he gonna do? You know what he gonna do?
Mhm.
See, everything that you said about the food banks and all of that type of stuff, that's stuff that you have to do. That's write-offs. That shit that the white man gives you for free to boost your celebrity.
That's true.
See, ain't nobody telling me nothing that got some substance and depth to the level of going and fighting on behalf of young children. You understand? And making sure that they not getting railroaded as adults for mistakes that they make as underdeveloped youth.
And that's cool. But what I am telling you is if I listen to Marry Me with my black woman, I'm straight that day. Like, you know what I'm saying? That still count. And there's no negative connotation to what he's saying. So he doesn't get mad. So like I said, you get that, right? But like I said, to take away David Banner's music is to take away Charleston White's court.
I'm not taking away his music at all.
No, I was letting Unc know.
I'm saying that it's not relevant in the scheme of things of where the motherfuckers that control the music, that own the publishing, that own everything, can wipe that shit away like they did with Kanye. It's irrelevant.
Well,
it's irrelevant in the greater.
Now what you're doing is raising. Okay, so if we're gonna raise the bar, right?
No, the bar is raised. That's why I said why we going into gangs and music.
Right. So
like we came into this shit elevated, levitating.
Right. So now I understand why you're so upset, because you are a person that's a doer. You're a doer. You're actually doing a thing that is a service to the culture and the people that are around you. So being that you work as hard as you do with the mentality that you have and the struggles that you had to get to even obtain what you're doing now at the level that you are, it's an offense to put somebody to even mention them in the same realm as somebody that's doing. So I understand why you're so afflicted by it.
Real Black Panthers, man, they ate shit. They ate canned food and shits and held and hid out for years and shit to do the things that they do. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
and we got to benefit from that. We were supposed to benefit from that, and instead we got Bloods and Crips. So I understand the frustration.
That's why I take frustration with when we always go back to.
But this is what I'm saying.
This culture is gang, or if it's an example.
I'm saying. But this is where I'm building with you. Where I'm trying to build with you, Azero, is what I'm saying is there are people that do. So that actually, there's very few people that move and shake and actually trying to make a way. But the people that can do what they're doing, the best way they know how, are to be respected. I understand that nobody is 100% of everything good in the universe. I get that. My Charleston White argument is 70-30. My DB argument is he's an artist. He's not a voluntary.
No, he says he's an activist. He out of his own mouth.
Now,
he said
right now. So, okay, now
yeah,
he like 5-6 years into it. So he not all my life I've been wanting to fight. Like he just know something was wrong. Because even if you listen to him talk about how he did his music covers and why Like a Pimp didn't have no real broads in it, it was slavery. All he know is something is wrong, and artistry is the way that I was given to paint that picture for you. So I don't know how to I can't make him one of the people that made a way physically, but I understand that the war starts in the mind. So if I can change a few minds, if I can change minds through what I'm saying, then I am doing a service, am I not? And if that's all I know how to do, if that's where I start at, then that's where I started. Should I not get credit for starting where I know?
So that's all I'm saying. That's all I was saying to you from the get-go. Instead of wiping your brother to the side, go study.
Right.
Take that same energy and go study. And I guarantee you that there's gonna be some things that you see that you say, damn, that's some dope ass shit.
Right, right. I'm not saying it ain't. That's what the 30 is.
Here's the other thing.
That's what the 30 is. But hold on, let me because what I was trying to say is
I'm skeptical of entertainers and motherfuckers that ain't coming a certain way, because this MK Ultra shit is deep, yo, and it's set a certain way where you'll love a motherfucker that don't have no good for you in the end because he not showing and proving that he have any good for you.
Like Zoe said, read everything, be a part of nothing. So what I'm saying is, what I say that to say this: when Charleston White says he's so mad at another black man that his daughter can get raped and he hopes that happens, you are now a smear on the wall. It doesn't matter what you do after that. It really doesn't matter. You wished rape on a black child. It doesn't matter what you do. Your life is now in jeopardy for the rest of his life on purpose with good reason, and should be ordained by God to be taken from you. For that only. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
and because it's a pattern of what you do, you should be smeared on the wall. Now, David Banner.
I think you're taking it out of far out of context.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Again, I am going to implore you, Brother Zero. I don't know if you were here earlier when my daughter was here. As a father of a daughter, I am going to implore you to put into the proper context the words, I hope your daughter get raped. I don't know what they are, and I'm dying to hear it, but I need that proper context.
All right, first of all, y'all already set me up to be wrong. All right?
No! No, I didn't.
Yeah, because you wrote all of that into it, and that's not even where I was going.
That was the 70. That's the 70, though.
Hold on. He may be right. Okay, so let me back up a little bit.
Again, the dangerous rhetoric.
Let me back up. Are you aware that Charleston White said out of his mouth, because he was angry at a black man, that he hopes his black daughter gets raped? Yes or no?
I'm aware of what he said.
Okay.
And I'm in this context, I'm also aware of where he said it. And I'm also aware that it's been said 100 kabillion thousand times before Charleston White came on the scene.
Okay.
And now everybody's up in
Wasn't right then either.
Wait a minute.
Right then
I got it, Spark. I got it.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it's just
but it
funny
doesn't need to be
that
brought up.
everybody is up in
It,
arms because they don't
it
like him.
okay. It doesn't need to be brought up. Here's what I need. Sure. I need the context part from you.
The same motherfuckers that was singing the lyrics about rape and dope man lyrics and all the
Yeah.
fucked up shit that we grew up on is the
Okay.
same motherfuckers up in arms right now
Not
about
me.
what he said.
Not
And then he
me.
went
You're not in
back.
the room with them. You're not in the room with them,
Listen.
no, Zero.
It's
Can you
me.
listen?
I'm up
Can
in
you
arms
listen?
about it.
Can you listen?
Zero.
Huh?
No. I'll hear you out. But I need to be clear about this. I don't think you were here. My daughter's a freshman in college. So naturally, she comes home to my house to eat and do laundry. She was just here eating and doing laundry. I cannot tell you the blood I would get on my face. Being in entertainment, I would throw all this shit away.
I'll make a trip.
I will throw all this shit away if you put your mouth on my family.
I believe
And
you.
I mean that exactly how it sounds.
I
So
believe you.
to hear that there is a context.
So why didn't he though? The point is, why didn't the person that he said it to or the
I
people
don't
that
care.
That ain't the question.
That's
that
not
ain't
the
never
question.
the question.
Here's the question.
That is the question.
And I'm not okay, and we can explore that after this. Now, either you can retract the context argument, and I'm cool with that, or you're going to have to provide the context where it is understandable for a man, let alone a black man, a man, to be so angry at another man that he wishes his daughter violated in this manner. I can't stand Whitey. I'm not talking about white people, Whitey, but I can't think. I don't wish David Duke's family this. I don't wish any white supremacist family that his daughter get violated because I'm angry about what his ancestors did to mine or what he said about mine, knowing that a big mistake among black people is making white supremacy masculine. It is not. It is groupthink. Knowing that, I would never wish that violation on a woman. That's a white woman I'm talking about that I know is guilty of what she has done to my ancestors. I know they have swung from trees at her lies. Knowing that, I don't wish that on her. So for you to tell me that there is a context in which what he said makes sense, bruh, the floor is open to that, and I gotta hear that next.
All right. So now that y'all went through your experiences, right?
Yeah.
A week ago, I had a brother come down from Houston, Texas, right?
Okay.
And he came to us to go extract his daughter from a brothel in Guatemala. He tracked her down. The police didn't do shit. The Mexican police didn't do shit. They knew where she was. He actually had to pay for the information to find out exactly where she was. We had to go in, kick down the door, and go get that man's daughter so that man could take his daughter back home. You understand?
Okay.
When we brought her across the border to Belize, they gave us more shit for bringing her, an American fucking citizen, across the border into Belize than they did the motherfuckers that was over there pimping her that we had to go fuck up. All right. I'm gonna tell you where my premise is with all my American brothers, yo, and why a lot of the shit that y'all be on, in my opinion, is fucking disingenuous. I'm not saying you don't feel the way that you feel about your daughter, about your people, about people in your community. But there's a lot of shit that you was just fucking oblivious to, ain't realizing is going on because, in my opinion, y'all think that where y'all at and what y'all doing is the end all and be all in the diaspora and shit. That's just my personal opinion. You understand? That's why I say that I'm looking at the fact that the brother said the shit. He came back later and said he was geeked out, tripping the fuck out, apologized for saying it.
Oh, I didn't
Now,
see. Now there's a part
now
I didn't
listen.
know.
Now listen. I don't agree with everything that come out of his mouth. But what I'm saying is that the only reason why my brothers is up in arms and shit is because the state of the media and because y'all gotta be up in arms. Because back in the day, y'all wasn't mobile, y'all wasn't vocal, y'all wasn't actively going after motherfuckers that was disappearing in your fucking country and coming to get them and shit. All I've been seeing since I've been down here for fucking 15 years is fathers and mothers crying to see who crazy enough to go get their fucking kids and shit. You understand what I'm saying? This shit, that shit is disingenuous, man. Niggas want to pick the motherfucker they want to be mad at, but it's like a gang of motherfuckers in the dark that mean you no good, that's a part of the fucking system, that's sending motherfuckers, transporting motherfuckers by the thousands, and y'all don't give a fuck because
Okay,
y'all
I
too
gotta
busy
stop you right there. I
proselytizing
gotta stop you right there.
bullshit that
I
don't MK Ultra bullshit that don't matter.
okay, stop right there. I gotta mute you. I gotta stop you there. Number one, I cannot sound off. I cannot be responsible for what you yourself said. I don't know. You know what that sounds like? Who are we? Women. What do we want? We don't know. When do we want it? Now. That conversation in its line of the first direct line of it is that there's some shit you know we don't, that we should be more upset for. Well, if that's the case, we should be enlightened upon it. Because I can't be responsible for some shit I don't know. Thoughts?
I would venture to say
Well-
you do know it. You see it in movies every day.
Okay.
It's reinforced every day. Motherfuckers know it. That's why they're so silent right now. They know it.
Hey,
You
Jay,
understand what I'm saying?
I was at the park with my kids, right? And me and their mom, one of them rare times we was all getting along and shit. This happened recently. And we at the park. I take the kids to the bushes to go pee. Now the park is surrounded by houses, so it's not no way out thing. It's houses on all four sides of the park. We walk off. I take the little ones to go pee. Now, mind you, mine is 5 and 3. So I take them to go pee. Me and their moms are probably like 40 yards from each other. So from where they go pee to walk into their mom is about 40 yards. Random white dude, thinking he came from one of them houses or whatever. So he just walking through the park on his phone or whatever. No paying him no mind. I notice him because it's only me and my family in the park. But, whatever. So the boys go back to their mom. I use the bathroom my damn self. So while I'm pissing, he walked past me. Now I turned it back around. I think I got on my phone or whatever for like 2 seconds before I got to him. But about 10 yards from him, the white dude stopping. He stops, and I'm walking to him, but I'm not really paying them no mind too much. But I can see my kids. I see them playing with their mama. I see him at the fork in the path. And I'm walking down towards him, and then he sees me and walks off as I walk towards the kids. Like I pass him, I get to the kids. He bolts off, like walking way faster than he was walking before. And when I noticed how fast he was walking away, when it finally clicked, I knew I let evil go. He literally was taking pictures of my kids when I was walking past, and it all came to me at the same time. And I really just wanted to get on dude, but at the time it was kind of like, if I do this, I'm about to stop everything to do this, because this is really about to be a demonstration. Or I can play with my kids and put them in the car and we can go ahead and go home. I say that to say, if there's some of us that are deaf, the majority of us are exactly how you say, because programming has to work. That's why they spend so much money on it, right? Like, some people don't be saying shit and they get millions of views, and we know they ain't saying shit, but that's the algorithm, and that's why the motherfuckers that's really talking some real shit don't get no views. So there is definitely a major case for what you're saying, Zero. Some of us are fighters, though. Some of us, you know what I mean? Like, we might not have the education that we were supposed to have by default. Not necessarily know how to ask the question we were supposed to ask to get the answer, to get the information, just out of other bullshit going on and how we programmed over here. But that don't necessarily mean that we don't know something is wrong. One of my biggest plagues in life is always knowing something's wrong and everybody looking at me like I'm crazy because I'm like, this ain't right.
That's what I'm
Whatever
saying.
it is, I don't know what it is, but it ain't. It's not supposed to be like this. So
I'm gonna tell
when
you one more thing. We need the snitches. I can't do none of the wild shit that I do without the fucking snitches.
right, but
You
a snitch
understand?
for us and a snitch on us. You know what I mean? Like you know, the king kills one of those. He don't
Well,
keep
what
both of them.
I know Charleston White. I know Charleston White work. I know what he done. I know the units that he's worked with, and I'm telling you, from what I know, that motherfucker is a snitch for us because he don't fuck the men, fuck the old men and the washed up motherfuckers. He for the babies. You understand what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck who he said what to. That motherfucker's for the babies and shit. And until what he said outweighs the amount of babies' lives that I've seen him save, I stand on where I stand on and shit. You understand what I'm saying? And this snitching bitch shit that motherfuckers is on in the States is so full of fucking shit because we can't even activate on no actionable intelligence and go get the fucking babies without the fucking snitches. You understand? So what is it? Do you want the shit corrected or do you want to be on the? I hate the fact that civilians keep arguing criminal aspects of this shit. Keep arguing on behalf of the motherfuckers that is doing wrong, that is doing the killings, that's doing. I don't give a fuck if it's your brother, your uncle that probably fucking molested you, or every kid in the house that you trying to protect. I don't give a fuck their relation to you. You understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying is if they wrong, they wrong. You understand?
Right.
If you a civilian, tell on them and shit. You understand?
Well,
If
that's what we
girls
was
is
talking about the
doing
mafia earlier, because that's what I was saying. But tell somebody that's y'all. We supposed to have a criminal element because every neighborhood, every culture has a criminal element. Every culture has a do dirt element. You go tell somebody and they go handle that. Every culture has that,
our culture
except
is
for
not
us.
businessmen though. Our culture is
Huh?
not preferenced on culture and business. It's just a bunch of fucking zombies out here wilding the fuck out.
Again,
That,
both of
that,
you are
that
right. Again, A, both of you are right. And B, our culture was never allowed
Right.
to make a bit. The part of the business, the crime business was the grist at the mill. You are the part that gets caught, gets sentenced, and makes license plates. That's the part you are.
no, you was allowed. You never sent a white man's bag in the head enough times for them motherfuckers to be scared enough to stop fucking with you. You was
Enough
allowed.
of us going to do it.
Right again.
You had every access that everybody else had. Matter of fact, the mob was scared of Bumpy Johnson and them.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? And when it was Jamaicans and motherfuckers up there filling them ranks that'll do the dirty work, Belizeans and motherfuckers that'll do the dirty work, motherfuckers was Haitians, motherfuckers was respected and feared. But when
Right.
these motherfuckers set this thing up where W.E.B. Du Bois, this motherfucker versus that motherfucker, and started separating us, that's when we always had access. That's when it wasn't kosher. That's when shit started falling apart. When motherfuckers started pitting us against each other. You
I'm
understand?
gonna tell you why I appreciate Unc so much. Why I appreciate Unc and you, because I think the first time I talked to you, you said the same thing. But at one point in time, I had said, you know, we were supposed to fight. My belief was we were supposed to fight in the '60s. We were supposed to go all out about it. That was the last period I think we could have had even playing field. We got everything they got almost, and we would have been at least had our own something. And because we didn't, we've been ever since. It really ain't had an opportunity to do so. So when Unc gets up here and goes, you know, I apologize as being old enough to understand that we didn't carry the torch the way we were supposed to, and the people before us didn't. That means a lot to me because I understand. Because I feel like it should have been to the death at a certain point. When we had guns and they had guns, and we had the same guns they had, it should have been to the death. And because we didn't, we end up here. So that apology is big, but I definitely want you, and I appreciate your standpoint and your anger towards the situation, because there is definitely somebody that needs it, that's listening. And I know that if I was a little bit younger, or I had a little bit different mindset, I wouldn't understand it. But if I had, definitely I would. I was one of them people that I was younger. I'm gonna go take a trip just to go do something to somebody, just for my people, just so I can come back here and sit down, just because I know it's going down everywhere and worse than it is here. This is just all mind games over here. But I understand that this is the test too, because if it works over here, then it's definitely America's biggest import is culture, is Black culture. So I understand that the people they put in front of us ain't the people you're supposed to be looking at. I understand that. Like it's almost always been like that. So it's a fucked up spider web to be in. But for the few of us that understand it, we salute you in your work for sure. That's why we don't, speak on you and what you're doing in no negative light or no negative way.
I feel like we keep glazing past something that Brother Zero's talking about, and that's MK Ultra, right? MK.
See, that was my original point. Was the shit that you know about Charleston is the shit that they want to emphasize about Charleston.
Now, I don't even want to get into the Charleston white thing.
Let my man let him
Yeah,
speak.
yeah.
See, I'm not even getting into the Charleston white thing. Like, like no matter how much the government used to deny MK Ultra and its existence and how it, whose life's going on in the background?
Mine, my bad. I'm muted.
So, with MK Ultra, you know what I'm saying? That was a really big program. That extended in a lot of universities. That was proven with the Unabomber. You remember the Unabomber? He was going around mailing people packages or the shit showing up at their work when they go to. Now, that motherfucker was proven to have been in that project. Like, that's a thing. If you look at that, a lot of these Unabomber, he was at MIT in those studies. Like, he was a part of that group. So once they got those findings and was able to alter a man like him, who was a math genius, and now this motherfucker just wanted to live in the woods and mail bombs to people, right? But what else have they done societally to our community, knowing that they don't like us? You know what I'm saying?
Man, it's so much shit that they doing that I know that they doing and I've seen that they doing that's so fucking ridiculous for us to. We can't afford to be at odds with each other.
Now, how do we find out those things that are done via MK Ultra to our community? You know what I'm saying?
Well, listen, see, what you're not understanding is every fucking thing. It's everything that is commercial, everything that is marketed. That's what the premises is on.
Because even with MK Ultra, we could even put Parliament Funkadelic, because they run into those studies at MIT too.
Okay, let
me say one thing before y'all go forward.
No, I can't.
It's gonna fuck my soul up if I don't. If I don't
you will get the chance to speak it, but I need it after this.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not gonna leave you hanging. You will get the chance to say it, and then we gotta get the fuck out of here. I must say that without answering Spark One's question of where do we get this information you're discussing we don't have. The information is just what you basically have said, is that the boogeyman exists. We can't, I want to know too.
I just said it. You're not hearing me though. Like if you listen to me clearly, you're gonna hear exactly what I said. It is in all your movies. It is in all your commercials. You think it is make believe. It is real. It is Sicario. It is like B movies. It is there. You understand? All you gotta do is see what the fuck is real and learn how to fucking go read paperwork. See, if you really want to see, you read paperwork. One of my pastimes is like sitting in a fucking hammock reading intelligence reports and paperwork on what the fuck Charleston, on what these YouTube niggas is doing, on what motherfuckers in the streets are doing, on what
Okay.
people down here is doing. You got to
Can I
do the
get that
legwork
paperwork
yourself.
can I get that paperwork at Barnes and Noble?
You can go on the internet and get a lot of this paperwork, man. The CIA has a huge fucking library full of bullshit you wouldn't believe is on there that you have access to as an American citizen. It's just that we not in tune to do that type of footwork, or we're not engaged in those circles of where we know it. See, we think that the bullshit of where they saying it is top secret and all of everything has to come to light, yo. It has limitations.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? And you can, if you're a reader, you can go read this shit and go see that it's happening. It's all over the fucking internet, man.
Do you remember when Dick Gregory was referring to the universal glasses?
Yeah.
You ever seen that? Like you can't force nobody to wear them. That's one of the problems. So if they don't see it, there's some people you can show all the proof you want to. They just won't see it.
That's the movie.
They think it's
live.
bullshit.
They live.
They live. Yeah.
See, they're not understanding that a writer. So you got to understand the processes of what's going on around you. Most of the writers in Hollywood are people that have been through some shit, man. That actually seen shit. You know, they might alter shit here and
these
there.
stories come from somewhere.
All of the fucking video games come from special ops, motherfuckers.
Remember, I asked Jeff at one time about Batman. I go, Batman hella tough until he get to the government. He hella hard. I say that ain't because of the comic books. That's because of the government. Like the government, like don't ever let your superheroes, unless it's in a random universe where everything is wrong, challenge the government. It never happens. And like you can see without seeing sometimes. It don't necessarily take, because to a non-believer, no matter how much proof you show them, they're not gonna believe. It don't really matter. That's why I don't argue with everybody. I choose to come here and do it. It's like my favorite thing.
I definitely ain't arguing or chastising, but I will say this, yo. All of you motherfuckers is here right now on this line. I will go murder a battalion for your fucking daughters. You understand what I'm saying? Don't get what I'm saying wrong. You understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that energy just has to be properly placed, and we waste a lot of energy placing it on the wrong shit. And a lot of times we can correct things by just going to the actual people that we have problems with ourselves, seeing who they are, and interacting with them and finding out what they about. You know what I'm saying? We can't afford to be at odds with operatives who got bomb ass track records that's working on behalf of the children and shit. That's just real. We can't afford to fuck up the work of people that's working on behalf of the children. It's unseen work. It's dirty work. You know what I'm saying? We just can't afford this shit.
Well, shit. This is a good place to kick you motherfuckers out as any. Cause God, oops, let me bring myself back. God damn. Let's see. What was said here today? Let me turn on some background music. Nigga, you niggas was, you know what? I ain't gonna even go cool breeze with it. I'm gonna put on some of this. Y'all let me know if that's too loud. This is one of the dopest shows. Thanks to Spark One, Bruce, and Zero, and well, God damn, fellas, you did not disrespect the dojo today. As usual, this room, it just gravitates to high thinkers here, man. And I am so glad they were, man. I'm so glad the first church turned into this today. Subscribe, share. Tell niggas about me. Let's get this motherfucker going up. That goes with the I know it's not a time with what you guys should do, but really weird. This was dope. What I have here all the time. Coming soon, our257radio.com. I'm moving all my shit over there. And I'm moving to where I can do the shit and I ain't got to worry about being stuck. That's coming. I want y'all to follow me. Tell some people about me. Believe in this shit. Let's go. It's not just me. It's you. Stay high in thought. Stay high in deep. Guide your ignorance to wisdom. Pull out of the gravity of it. Sisters, find your peace. Brothers, find your magic. Knuckle down.